Hi, Luke. Can you hear me? Testing. Good morning, Jiva.
Morning. It does always need to go to my council email because I don't have National Park email on my council laptop, but I use the council laptop to join the meeting.
Okay, sorry about that.
Please, that's okay. I'm here now.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the August CNPA Planning Committee meeting. For those members of the public joining us today, either virtually or in person, I am Russell Jones, the convener of the Park Authority's Planning Committee. Today's meeting will also be streamed live on the Cairngorms YouTube channel, on the Cairngorms YouTube channel. I'd like to ask the clerk to run a roll call now, please.
Jiva Blackett,
Yes, I'm here.
Sandy Bremner,
Good morning.
Jackie Brereton,
Hello, here.
Peter Cosgrove,
Good morning.
Kenny Deans,
Hello.
Paul Gibb,
Here.
Russell Jones,
Here.
John Kirk,
Morning.
Bill Lobin,
Yeah.
Lauren McCallum,
Morning.
Eleanor McIntosh,
Here.
Fiona McLean,
Morning.
Duncan Miller,
To the point, and also please don't verge into debate during the questions section. Once we moved into discussion phase of an applicant, it would be helpful if members could indicate at an appropriate point if you're minded to put forward any proposal regarding the officer's recommendations. As ever, please raise your hand if you wish to speak during the meeting. Please make sure your microphones are muted unless you are speaking. Should a member wish to pull together an amendment to the motion on any of the items today, a breakout room is available, and you will be joined there by our legal representative, Peter Ferguson, who's in attendance today. We have apologies from Steve Micklewright and online members, Jiva Blackett, Jackie Brereton, Hannah Grist will join us after lunch, Bill Lobin, Fiona McLean, Anne Ross, and Duncan Miller's online as well, I think. And for information, okay. So what did you say? Okay. Item 2, minutes of the previous meetings on the 13th of June and 27th of June. Matters arising not covered elsewhere. Can I ask if the committee is content with the accuracy of the minutes from the meeting on 13th of June? Agreed? And can I ask if the committee is content with the accuracy of the minutes from the meeting on 27th of June? Agreed. Agreed. And can assume that we're happy to approve these minutes, both sets. Agreed? Thank you. I will move a motion to take the draft minutes from our confidential session on the 13th of June at the end of this public session. Item 3, matters arising. I will pass to David Berry.
Thank you, Convener. Just to pick up on a couple of the action points from the minute of the meeting on the 13th of June. We had 2 actions to follow up on following that meeting. So paragraph 11.1, we were going to add an advisory note to the permission for the Abernethy extension, just around construction timing and noise. And we were also going to discuss the local provenance requirements around wildflower planting with the applicant as well. We picked up on both of those points of action, both of those. And then finally, at paragraph 27.1, we were going to circulate a link to the SSCN consultation on the Loch Erba grid connection to members after that committee, which we did as well. So both those action points picked up on, and I don't think there were any outstanding action points from the meeting on the 27th of June. So I think that's it from me, Convener.
Okay, thanks, David. Do any members wish to declare an interest in any of the items on today's agenda? Lauren McCallum.
Yeah, thanks, Computer. On the item 5, Morlock Court, I have been a resident at Strathspey Avenue and potentially might be a future resident, which would be a sort of neighbour, but as that's not confirmed, I'll stay in the room.
Okay, thank you. Pete Cosgrove.
Item 8, the proposed realignment of the River Tromie, and item 12, the proposed Highland Wind Farm. I've and my company have done ecology surveys on both of those developments and will be not taking part, and I will leave the room.
Okay, thank you, Pete. Derek Ross.
Thank you, Chair. Item 10, 11 and 12, I have made public comments regarding wind farms and their effects on the landscape and their cumulative effects in the press, and I will be leaving the room.
Okay, thank you, Derek. And Bill Lobbin.
Thank you, Chairman. I have a declaration of interest in items 6 and 7, as I have a long history of commenting on this site. And also, and additionally, items 10, 11 and 12. These 3 applications are within the Highland Council area and potentially have a greater impact, either positive or negative, on the overall Highlands rather than within the park boundary. I'm currently awaiting a response from the Standards Commission regarding the impact of the Code of Conduct Section 7 collective responsibility, and following that advice I will have to possibly consider my position. I intend to leave the room for all 5 applications.
Okay, thank you, Bill. Moving on to papers now, members. We'll come to item 5. It's an application for detailed planning permission, demolition of building and erection of 6 terraced houses, 2 semi-detached houses and a block of 6 flats at 21 Morlock Court, Aviemore. And this will be introduced by Colin Bryans. Good morning, Colin.
Morning, everyone. Yes, thank you for that. So the proposal site is located to the western edge of Aviemore, and it sits within the defined settlement boundary as defined by the LDP. The site sits within an established residential area with an existing children's playground just to the northwest of it. The proposal site currently consists of a mix of hard sanding, soft landscaping with mature trees, and a mixed single and 2-storey U-shaped building which consists of self-contained residential flats which are currently unoccupied and boarded up. I include this plan just to give you an idea of the extent of mature trees that are on the site, which will become relevant later on in the presentation. But you can see there essentially around the east, west and southern site boundaries are quite heavily treed. This is the view of the existing from Morlock Court looking southwards. That's the existing residential property there. You can see it's all boarded up, and the kids' play park that I mentioned is on the right-hand side there. Here is a view looking northwards towards the west and northwest side boundary. You can see the single-storey bungalows to the left, and again the children's play park behind the parked caravan and van there. This is the existing pedestrian access from the site onto Grampian Road, which will be retained, is proposed to be retained in the scheme. So onto the proposal. The proposed development is for the demolition of the existing building and the erection of a 100% affordable housing proposal, which will be delivered by registered social landlords. This includes the erection of 6 terraced houses, each of which will be 4 bedrooms, 2 semi-detached houses, again 4 bedrooms, and a block of 6 flats, each of which will be a 1-bedroom flat. It includes 24 parking spaces, additional soft landscaping and planting, and the existing linkages, pedestrian linkages and vehicular access will be maintained and incorporated into the proposal. The proposed flats are largely 3-storey in height and will be constructed of materials including dark blue and black facing bricks, white render, metal cladding roof and gable, a grey metal cladding roof and grey gable. There's indicative solar panel locations included with the design and specifications to be confirmed, and grey plank vertical boards. The terraced houses are largely the same in terms of materials, but there's no grey plank vertical boards there, only on the flats. And the semi-detached houses, again, the same materials as the terraced houses, so there's a continuity of materials across the site and design style for that matter. The application included a design and access statement which had these indicative images, which I think give you a good feel for how the proposal could be built out and how it will look once in place. And we're looking at the flatted proposal element of the proposal in the middle there, the 2 terraced blocks either side of it, and then on the right hand side there you can see the 2 semi-detached houses. This is an indicative view of how the proposal will look, again looking south from Morley Court with the Children's Play Park on the right hand side there. So it gives you a good feel for the scale of the development and the massing of the development. We received 4 letters of objection from members of the public. I think it's fair to say that there was a feeling that the principle of 100% affordable housing, people weren't taken, or didn't object to the principle of that. It was more the details of the proposal. It was representees mentioned an unbalanced housing mix, and I think that referred to the fact that the flats were 1 bedroom and there wasn't anything between, essentially a 1-bedroom flat and a 4-bedroom house. Some representations mentioned the scale and the mass of the proposal and an overbearing nature. They mentioned the design and style and materials of the proposal and how they viewed it not in keeping with the local character. Representations mentioned a loss of privacy to neighbouring properties, noise impacts on amenity of neighbouring properties, overshadowing and light pollution as a result of the proposal. At this point, I would raise the issue that one objector put forward that they wanted to speak today and went through the process as is appropriate. However, due to the fact that they work offshore, they're unable to attend today. Under these circumstances, I think it's appropriate that I give a bit more time and a bit more attention to the aspects that they would have raised in their presentation. So I'll go into a wee bit of detail on the substance of their objection. This person who objected stays in the bungalows that we see to the left here, to the west of the site, and the substance of their objection relates almost entirely to the 2 semi-detached properties which back onto their property. So, this objector mentioned an overbearing nature of the structure. They focused on the depth of their garden and the depth of the proposed garden, the scale and massing of the house, and how they feel that this would be visually overbearing and intrusive from their single-storey property. An impact on privacy was also mentioned, feeling that the proposed semi-detached houses would overlook their property, resulting in loss of amenity and impacts on privacy levels. natural light and a loss of natural light and overshadowing was also mentioned, again relating to the height and the mass of the proposed semi-detached buildings, feeling that the proposal would overshadow their garden space, impacting on the amenity levels. Noise pollution was also mentioned, pointing out that the proposed semi-detached houses would be close to their existing bungalow, and how there could be upward of 16 people, and that's a quote, in close proximity to their house, and how that might result in increased noise levels. Light pollution was another one. So again, because of the two-storey nature of the houses and the fact that residents could have the lights on at any time throughout the day, they felt that there would be an impact on the amenity of their existing property through light pollution. And they also highlighted the fact that they felt that the style and the materials proposed of the proposed semi-detached houses weren't in keeping with the wider character of the existing houses. On to considerations. In principle, the application site is located within the Aviemore settlement boundary as defined by the LDP. It's a site currently occupied by residential use, and therefore the principle of residential use on the site is established and acceptable at this location. The proposed development is for 100% affordable housing to be delivered by registered social landlords, which meets and exceeds the affordable housing policy requirements within the local development plan. A quick note on the proposed demolition. The applicant did provide an options appraisal where they detailed the various options that they explored, including retention and refurbishment of the existing building. It was evidenced through that appraisal that it strongly came out in favour of demolition and redevelopment of the site due to cost implications and also the difficulty in bringing the existing building up to the required standard. Moving on to design and layout of the proposal. The proposed development of two-storey houses and three-storey flats is of a scale and mass in which is common within residential areas. Although this scale and mass is not an exact match to the existing houses surrounding the site, the proposal is, in my view, appropriate for its use and its setting, and it will not appear incongruous within the local area and within its setting. In terms of overshadowing, at our request, the applicant did provide a sun path and shadowing study, and this study illustrates the impact of the proposed development and what it will have on in terms of overshadowing at different points throughout the year. That included a detailed focus on the house that the objector who would have been speaking today resides within, and it evidences that although there will be inevitably some increased overshadowing, the amount of overshadowing of various parts in the years is really minimal, and I don't think it's reasonable. In my professional opinion, I don't think it's going to have an unreasonable impact on amenity of the existing house. I put this up here. I know the applicant's agent has a section of this in their presentation which will follow mine, so you'll probably get a bit more detail on that overshadowing and daylight study. The on the scale massing of the proposal, and in particular, well, not in particular, but also taking into account the semi-detached houses and their proximity to the existing houses. The scale of massing of the proposed development is something that is typical of residential units and residential houses throughout Aviemore and also throughout the wider area. It's not something that is incongruous or out of keeping with residential developments, and as stated previously, it's not felt that it will have a detrimental impact on overshadowing. The proximity of the houses to the existing houses, again, is in keeping with kind of a typical urban fabric. They're not closer than one would expect within an urban area, and in keeping with that, it's not felt that there will be any unacceptable detrimental impacts on neighbouring existing privacy or noise impacts. The materials that are proposed utilise a common palette of materials which are across the range of the proposed building. And although these materials do not mirror those of the immediately existing and immediately adjacent houses, they are of a type that are used regularly in residential buildings and across the wider region, and in this sense won't appear incongruous within the area and are appropriate for residential buildings and to their setting. The proposed development layout retains the existing non-motorised and motorised permeability and access to the site and is acceptable in this regard. It provides the requisite levels of parking and bin storage in line with the recommended standards, and there's no objections in this front from consultees. Moving on to surface water and flood risk, a consultation response from the Highland Council's flood risk management team confirmed that there's no concerns in this regard, subject to the recommended condition, which requires the submission and approval of finalised drainage impact assessment. On environment and ecology, in support of the proposals, the applicant has submitted a biodiversity statement, biodiversity enhancement plan, an arboricultural implications assessment, tree protection plan, arboricultural method statement, and a bat roost assessment survey. A habitat regulations assessment has been undertaken on the site to consider the effects of the proposal on the conservation objectives of the River Spey Special Area of Conservation and the Kinveckie Forest Special Protection Area. To protect the River Spey SAC, a pollution prevention plan is recommended as a planning condition to the approval. For the Kinveckie Forest SPA, it's concluded that there won't be any direct or indirect effects on the habitats, their structures, or the functioning support of this process. The proposed layout increases the amount of soft landscaping above that which is currently provided by the site, which is dominated largely by hard standing. The proposal maintains the majority of mature trees that bound the site to the east and the south and preserves these key areas of habitats. The principle of and nature of the proposed biodiversity enhancement measures are supported. However, further refinement and detail of these measures is required, and we're recommending a condition on that front. Essentially, they've got robin, wren, swift and sparrow nest boxes and roosting boxes proposed on the site, largely on the existing mature trees. We feel that there's a bit of work to be done there on the type of boxes that are proposed and also the position of the boxes proposed. So although these elements are included within the proposal as received, we're recommending a condition is attached that we're able to refine that a little bit further. But largely speaking, the nature and the principle of what they're proposing is acceptable on that front. Just a note on affordable housing and planning conditions. The report that you have in front of you does not include a condition that requires the affordable housing units are retained as such in perpetuity. That was an error on my part. So moving forward, if this is put forward and accepted for recommendation, we would recommend that a standard condition to that effect is included, which requires that the affordable housing units are maintained as such in perpetuity. So to conclude, the proposed development accords with the provisions of the development plan and subject to the recommended conditions, approval is recommended. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Colin. Move to questions, and first question is from Mike Williamson.
Thank you, Convener. My question is about the dustbin store. I notice in paragraph 52 that the Highland Council have said that they wanted a condition submitted, and we've taken as an informative. So from what you put as the informative column, does that mean therefore that we're moving away from a single bin store to individual bins located around the site, or just a single bin store?
I take it you're referring to the wheelie bin stance. Yes. Is that right? No, so the communal bins that relate to the flats and to will be remaining on site. So I'll bring up the. So you can see up to the kind of northeast top right-hand corner of the proposal, there's a bin area there are the kind of large kind of communal bins that you would expect. They're on site, they remain on site. There's no proposal to change those. What the council was discussing was a wheelie bin set down area for the semi-detached houses on the left-hand side. And while I'm not saying that's a bad idea, or it's not an idea we support, it's not something that it's felt that it's appropriate to condition via planning condition, the required planning condition, sorry. So we're just raising the suggestion of that's been made by the Highland Council to the applicant through the application of the informative, but we're not requiring it by condition.
Okay, thank you. Eleanor McIntosh.
Yeah, thanks, Colin. You might want to pass this one, but design and materials. I know it's subjective, I accept that, and I accept that we're not going to sit round as a committee and design a house and estate, I accept that. But who actually makes the final decision on what is acceptable and not, or not? Does it come down to the planner dealing with it themselves?
Well, we make recommendations. It comes down to you guys ultimately about to determine whether or not it's acceptable. It's my professional opinion that they are acceptable. The materials that we see proposed here are commonplace throughout, houses across the Highlands in Scotland. I'm sure the applicant, whenever they have the chance, will be able to talk about other schemes that have been built out with this material palette. But ultimately, what's acceptable and what isn't acceptable is a question for you guys to answer.
Okay, I just was a bit concerned that it's not the usual design or materials for Aviemore, and yet it's used across the wider region, I think you said. So therefore it was acceptable. I can't really equate that statement, but
I mean, I would say that there isn't a common palette of materials across Aviemore. You see a lot, you see pebble dash houses, you see timber houses, you see hard houses, you see houses with cladding, you see houses with dark render, you see houses with light render. Ultimately, like I said, it's subjective. But I suppose the point I was making there is that there are a lot of houses built out of these materials, and the further you look, the more you'll find, is what I'm getting at. But I'm sure the applicant can drill into a bit more detail on that for you.
Okay, thank you. Anne Ross.
Thank you. You mentioned the parking spaces. How many, if any, parking spaces are there for visitors, please?
Not sure. If I'm being honest with you, how many parking spaces are there? Is it 40, 24? 24. I'm not. Yeah, I'm not sure how many of them, or like what the management of them will be in terms of what's reserved for residents and what's reserved for visitor spaces. I suppose the total number is what we look at, and whether it accords with the guidance and whether it accords with the requirements of the Highland Council Transport Planning Team, which it was confirmed that they do. How those are managed, again, I think I would have to defer to the applicant in that respect.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Paul Gibb.
Yeah, thank you. So the original papers that we had the two semi-detached houses with windows on the first floor. Have the objectors, because we then received a couple of days ago the revised drawings, have the objectors also seen those drawings where the windows are they're not there? And have they had a chance to comment to you on that?
The drawing that we're looking at now, it has been publicly available, yes. It was just, I included an old version of this drawing whenever I was filming my presentation together. That was where the error was. But yes, this drawing has been publicly available. We didn't reopen the public consultation period because of this. The applicant made these changes in response to the privacy concerns that have been raised.
Yes. I just want to ask you whether the objectors have come back to you to suggest any changes in their initial statements, having seen these drawings? I know it wouldn't have been part of a public consultation, but just any...
Not necessarily relating to these drawings. The objector that we're referring to, who wished to present here today, did come back with a number of suggested amendments, including moving the semi-detached houses to the opposite end of the site. But we're here to consider the proposal as it's proposed, not as an objector wishes it to be.
Okay, thank you, Colin. If there's no more questions for Colin, we'll move on and we'll invite Siobhan Dyson, the agent, to address the committee. Good morning, Siobhan. You have 10 minutes and please go ahead on your own time.
Morley Court and Aviemore. The existing building on the site, which was converted from a YMCA hostel in the 90s to residential accommodation, offers a mix of units. However, these have been proven to be unsuitable for social housing due to a number of reasons, which can be confirmed by the fact that the building hasn't been in full occupation for a number of years. As Colin spoke within his report, a series of options appraisals were made by our clients to assess whether the existing building could be reused and upgraded to meet the local housing needs. However, it was continually proven that to retain and invest in the existing building in terms of financial viability and strategic fit was very difficult due to the room sizing being incompatible with modern design standards, difficulties with fire separation, and the existing building's construction proving very challenging for adaptation to current regulations and design codes. The existing building, although two-storey, is a fairly substantial presence in the local area due to its steeply pitched tiled roof, which adds additional height to the U-shaped form. The existing building's form and pitch are inconsistent with those of the surrounding residential properties, and it does turn its back on these properties, as well as the existing play park to the northwest, to be inward-looking on the site. The new build proposals were developed to revise this site approach, taking a more open and safe approach with areas and spaces. The established housing need for this particular area in Aviemore, as informed by our clients, involved a flexible mix of 3 and 4 bedroom homes alongside a flatted accommodation, encouraging main door flats and avoiding communal hallways, which have the potential to cause issues around both maintenance and antisocial behaviour. The existing building and significant hard standing surrounding it presented little opportunity for common landscaped areas and private amenity, which is another element that we sought to rectify in a new build proposal. This site at Morley Court has been particularly challenging for the design team and our clients to balance viability due to several key factors affecting the site's developable area. The site size, using a rule of thumb of plot ratios, we would typically expect to achieve reasonably between 18 and 20 units. However, the proposals presented today, which have been very carefully balanced and considered, demonstrate a less dense site capacity of 14 units. The main influencing factors of this is the preservation of the setting of the established mature trees on the site, and incorporating new build elements without disrupting the existing drainage infrastructure, which dissects the centre of the site as demonstrated on this constraints plan. Therefore, as well as developing proposals to address a known housing need with safe and livable spaces that sit within the context of the neighbouring community, we've also had to incorporate the plot locations to avoid disturbing these very specific elements. of trees and the existing infrastructure. The design process has proven a complicated balance to strike when developing the proposals presented today, which reduce the site density down below what we would typically expect to achieve on a site of this size. It's an ideal location for providing affordable housing due to its proximity to the town centre, local amenities and transport services. We firmly believe that the proposals presented today represent a significant improvement to the built environment on this site compared with the current situation, successfully providing local housing with appropriate and fit for purpose accommodation that couldn't be better placed for those who will hopefully live here. A mix of family homes and flats all incorporate open and bright living spaces front to back, which address the play park and Marlick Place, providing passive surveillance and overlooking, creating a safer community environment. Each accommodation typology has been developed in accordance with the current building regulations and affordable housing design guides to suit a variety of end users. The overall design typologies and levels have been carefully considered using lessons learned from previous and similar projects that have worked very successfully. The site remains permeable for pedestrians, with the site perimeter levels around the entire boundary remaining as they are. As a result, and by retaining the existing viable mature trees on the site, the relationships between the proposals and the boundary conditions remain largely unchanged, including the existing pedestrian link onto Grampian Road to the east and the nearby public transport links. The proposed housing mix aims to promote social cohesion, featuring a blend of 3 and 4 bed family houses within the plot types A and B on your screens, with 1 bed main door apartments within the type C as shown on the site plan. All of the units are of a common residential scale and in terms of massing occupy a much smaller area than the existing building did, with reflecting more traditional forms more commonly found in the area. Both the type A and the type B typologies are 2-storey terraced and semi-detached houses, taking cues from the surrounding properties on Marlick Place and Marlick Park, while the type C occupies 3 stories, however with the topmost story occupying the roof space to minimise the overall scale of the property and to ensure there is no greater impact on the site than the existing building currently proposes, as shown in these comparison visuals. The forms are a contemporary take on the local vernacular style. The material palette is a positive design choice that provides high quality, contemporary and durable materials in muted colours, which have been used elsewhere within the wider locality locally and been very well received by local residents, communities and tenants. This approach is a model that we have frequently used for housing association and local authority developments with consistently positive feedback. We continue to be encouraged by our clients to maintain this approach, producing visually interesting designs that are both functional and durable. As previously mentioned by Colin, we've worked closely with the planning team and their consultees throughout this application process, particularly on matters such as roads, flooding and biodiversity. The engineering team has carefully considered drainage in close discussion with the flood team to achieve compliance in accordance with NPF 4 Policy 22, while balancing the need for meaningful amenity spaces for residents and ensuring the overall site's accessibility. A comprehensive level of supplementary reports and accompanying information has been produced in support of the application, including the aforementioned flood risk and drainage impact assessments, as well as the arboricultural assessments, biodiversity enhancement plan, tree protection, daylight and overshadowing assessments, and bat roost assessments. The proposals have been adjusted in response to the findings in these reports and to meet the requirements of both local and national planning policy. We remain committed to producing sustainable and adaptable homes which are affordable to the local community but also meet the housing needs. There were a limited number of objections which we have sought to rectify and address through the evolution of these designs, including the daylight impact assessment, which we can go into more detail if you'd like to through the questions. Overall, it has been a challenging site given the multiple factors at play. Still, it has been designed as efficiently as possible within the site's parameters, presenting an opportunity for an affordable housing mix with excellent links to local amenities. This provides a mix of units that should enhance both the site and the immediately surrounding areas, benefiting the local community while addressing the need for affordable places to live for local people. We're proud to present a scheme that we
Got 1
believe
minute left. Thank you.
maximises the use of a very tricky and finely balanced site in terms of viability without creating overdevelopment or compromising the overall setting, and taking into account its position within the national park. From the outset, we've engaged fully in discussion with the planning team, the National Park Authority and their consultees to carefully create proposals that no longer turn its back on the surrounding community and demonstrate strong placemaking and a safe environment for those who will live here that we believe is not only appropriate but exemplary. Proposals present a different solution for this constrained site than the existing building, but we're hopeful the proposals can be considered a thoughtful and holistic response to the site's constraints than currently exists, balancing the need of the site and the locality. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Hey, Colin, would you like to come back on any of the points raised there?
No.
Okay, thank you, Colin. We'll now move to debate. Would any members? Paul Gibb.
Yeah, Colin, sorry, morning. Colin mentioned that you would show some of the sunshade drawings. Could you please do that, Colin? Yours were quite small. Specifically on that point, yes.
Hello, my name is Martin English. So we did look at the sun shading in response to the objections. What it shows is that there is little or no difference in terms of the shading for the property in question. That's principally in some part due to the fact that there's a tall fence there, so the shadows don't really even reach the fence, and it's also mainly due to where the sun comes from, which is obviously, you know, it doesn't come across the site, it comes from the bottom of the site up and round. So at different times of the year, it demonstrated that there was little or no difference between the shadows. So you see the shadows do not reach the boundary fence of that property at any given moment. What it does show, unfortunately, is that in the winter time, Aviemore is quite shaded and quite dark. So, I mean, in the winter time, the shadowing is at times pretty substantial. That's to do with, obviously, the height of the sun in the northern part of the world. But you'll see that there's no real, when it's bad before, it's bad after. I mean, times of day, there's nothing we can do about the sun, but the proximity of the buildings does not affect the sun path. So you'll see that in general terms, when there's an issue whether the building was the existing building or new buildings. And in the days when we have good sunlight, the shadowing does not influence the garden space of the adjacent property. So this is a comprehensive year-round study that basically indicates that there is no adverse effect on that property from that exists at present.
Okay, thank you. Lauren McCallum.
Yeah, thanks, Community. Just before we move to discussion, I just want to highlight the Community Council's point around the units being beside the windows. Is that? Can I just seek some clarity on terms of the disruption of the noise? I think is what the Community Council are saying.
Oh, you mean the air source
heat
pumps?
pumps? Yeah, thank you.
I think air source heat pumps, you know, they are designed to be on residential buildings, essentially. The exact position of them hasn't been nailed down by this application yet, but, you know, they are designed for residential use and are regularly placed on the side of homes beside windows. So it's not subject to planning permission, but I'm comfortable that, you know, we're talking about something that's designed for residential use in a residential unit, and wherever it's positioned, I don't think it's going to have an unacceptable impact on amenity through noise levels.
Thank you. Jiva Blackett.
Yeah, thank you, convener. I'm looking at the colours that are being used here, and you've just said that Aviemore is quite dark, and it's slightly picking up on what I think Eleanor was getting at, and it's all very grey. I just wonder if you can make it less grey.
Is that a question or a comment, Jiva?
Well, it's a question, really, because, you know, Eleanor said who has the final decision here, and we were told we were, and we did, and the planner, Colin, said, you know, in his professional judgment that these colours were used in other parts and these design were used in other parts. But I just think that, I mean, I'm thinking of what Grampian Housing did in Ballater, where, you know, you've got social housing, but it's all done so it's light and airy, and I think that makes people feel better. I just feel this is rather depressing. I'm sorry. So can anything be done is my question.
I think that we are we're looking at the application in front of us, and it is as it is. So I think at this point, probably no, Jiva.
Okay.
Eleanor.
Well, it'd be a question for Lauren, I think, and it's on the same thing. I'm not, you know, I'm quite supportive of this, but I do think that it's very dark, as Jiva was saying, and I just wondered if any different palette was tried and why you arrived at this one being the best one, because you're obviously very pleased with it and you think it's the right thing for that space. And I just wondered what your thinking was for the palette and the materials.
So they are a tried and tested palette. We've used similar colours and similar materials in developments at Raining Stairs and in Dingwall, and you know the classics. Highland House has basically got a dark roof and it's got basically white or stone walls. There's quite a lot of white render in the central block. So the central block has got a dark roof and it's got grey cladding and some white walls. It has got a grey brick. Now the impression in terms of spaces for the residents particularly comes from the windows. So that what we tend to do with our social housing is particularly in the north of Scotland, larger windows than we would do elsewhere, because we haven't got so much light, and it creates that impression of having more space within it. So the internal spaces, which are obviously the living spaces, do have the benefit of larger windows. The spaces, we believe, in terms of the design and its context, we think is suitable. It comes from an experience of using these materials elsewhere, which is always difficult to look at a small diagram on an image. But the reality of the image you saw earlier of some of the developments that we've done across the Highlands is that the quality materials, and they are quality materials. They're not cheap. This is a highly robust environment to make sure that maintenance is kept low, that they look good, and that they're basically, people will be proud of them. And our experience in terms of this sort of the feedback we get from tenants in terms of the houses that we design they are proud of them, they do take ownership of them, and they do look after them, and it's all part of the design process.
Okay, thank you, Martin. David Berry will come in just now.
It was just to flag to members that there is a recommended condition if members were minded to approve it. Condition 2 in the report, I think, which requires kind of approval of samples and details of all external materials to be agreed prior to commencement of development. I mean, obviously, you've heard the rationale for the design approach, for the conditions the considerations that have led to the design approach that you have before you. But there is that condition. Potentially, that might provide scope to consider some of some improvement or some changes around the final design and the final material palette through that. But it was just to flag that that is a recommended condition.
Okay, thank you, David. Anne Ross.
Thank you. Could we please see the picture again of neighbouring properties? I don't know if there was one, or maybe I've imagined it.
Is that the slide you were thinking of?
Yes. So the colour of the neighbouring properties is light, and they're similar to the ones that you showed, the other slide you showed us of samples of houses elsewhere, isn't it?
The slide that the applicant's agent showed you of
yes, that's
the
right.
material.
That's right, of the material. It's a similar-ish colouring. Am I right?
There's a light render on both.
Yes, that's what I was thinking. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Kenny Deans.
Hi, thank you, convener. So my question is to do with, and I know it's something to do with the drawing, the red line round the plot is developed. I think your wording where there's excellent links to local amenities. And I just wanted to clarify that pedestrians and cyclists and buggies and so on can access and egress the site. I mean, the road is obvious in the master plan, but I'm not sure is it easy to move around Aviemore from the site in other directions. That connectivity is what I'm looking for, please.
I'll start and you can pitch in. So the existing links to Grampian Road and through providing for wider links to Aviemore are being retained. And they're being incorporated within the design. So you can see to the right-hand side there's a pedestrian pathway. And you can't quite read the text, obviously, because it's so small, but you can see the text that's overlaid on the trees on the right-hand side there describes how they're proposing a new section of path that will link into this existing pathway there. So the site as it is at the minute is reasonably well linked out with both for vehicular traffic and pedestrians, and the applicant is maintaining those linkages.
And just to add to that, because of the tree protection orders, we can't really provide additional paths that would be more straightforward. We looked at that as a possibility to see if there'd be a more direct path, but because it would involve changing levels through the mature trees, it wasn't possible. So what we've done is there's an existing path and existing levels at the bottom there, so we've linked into that specifically so that we can preserve these linkages.
Okay, thank you. Pete Cosgrove.
It's an observation really about the biodiversity enhancement that's proposed and the fact that you're looking at maybe amending or putting a condition on it. And the observations were, I had sort of some concerns about the value of putting up nest boxes for those species in this context. It's going to be a cat-rich environment. 3 of the 4 species are basically ground dwelling. 2 of them are super abundant, with 11 million wrens in Britain and 7.4 million robins. And I wondered if we could do better than that and say put up boxes off-site. For instance, goldeneye on the side of the River Spey, of which there are less than 100 pairs, and it's a very Cairngorms specific species, and that would be much better from my perspective. So I just think maybe a little bit of thought on that would be good. And I was reading last night a paper that's just come out about swift boxes, big analysis of them across the UK, and swift boxes that face south fail. And they all need to face northwards now because it's too hot, and swifts and other birds that nest in south-facing boxes tend to overheat and their chicks die. And so there's little things like that we could now pick up on and make standard across. It's just an observation, but I'm supportive of this development.
I take on board your observations. They're very similar to Scott, our ecologist's observations. So, yes.
Thank you. John Kirk.
Thank you. I like the development. I do like grey, but I'm inclined to agree. The pictures don't really maybe show it up well enough. There's a side-on view with a red door. I presume that light grey would be white. It doesn't show up, but the other suggestion was that the bottom layer of brick goes, with a white render on it, which would brighten up the whole site. But I like the grey top on it. But maybe one solution would be whiten around the blockwork. It shows it up actually better there. There's a bit more white panels and it would brighten it up. But other than that, I'm in favour of it. And I'll agree with Pete on cuts. The Grampian Road is moving with cuts. My sister lives there and she hates them. And there's dozens of them move about there. And they seem to be a dumping off for the cut protection league.
Okay, thank you, John. Fiona McLean.
Yeah, thank you, convener. 2 points. Just the first, and I agree with the observations by objectors and the Community Council that the two semis do seem very close to the adjoining properties, and I appreciate the work that has been done on sort of shading. I just think it's really unfortunate that people's houses have these sort of visually overbearing houses plonked in front of them. But I know there's nothing can be done about that. But I suppose I wanted to say that I do agree that I'd like to see a lighter palette. It does look very industrial. I'm surprised that people like that, actually. And given that the comments, because of the shading, that Abbeymoor can be very dark in the winter, it makes sense to me to have a lighter palette. So I would like to see that included. Thank you.
Eleanor McIntosh.
Can I just check? Are we now debating this? Are we discussing this? Yeah. That's fine then. I'm very supportive of the application. I don't think it's just me that's got the feeling about the design. So I would like the planners to take on board what they've heard and maybe consider lightening it a bit, because to me, and it might be the pictures that we were saying on the slides, but they are very dark. That does look a bit lighter, but I'm supportive all the way of it.
Lauren McCall. You go just now, Lauren.
Okay. Yeah, well, I guess just to kind of, I'm hearing the points on the on the rendering, and I think I mentioned at the start of the meeting that I lived in Strathspey Avenue for many years, and a lot of the other properties around there do have a sort of lighter wood rendering on them. So in terms of fitting in with some of the other properties, I personally, I think a lighter wood rendering, I think how it is right now, I don't have a massive opinion on it, but I think potentially maybe lighter would be better. The only other thing I would like to flag as well is just that the traffic on Grampian Road is obviously increasing and during high tourist seasons. And I know there is planning for some of our active travel routes. So if we could just maybe try and coordinate as much as possible whilst that work is being done, and if this building work is being done, there's going to be quite a lot of considerable disruption to residents. So just to try and work with the multiple agencies to try and minimise impact, because that will be I imagine there'll be quite a lot of traffic on Grampian Road for supplies, but then also if we're doing the active travel at the same time, it could end up being quite disruptive. So just want to put that out there.
Okay, thanks, Lauren. Bill Lobbin.
Thank you, convener. This proposal is for the replacement of an existing semi-derelict building and will provide 100% affordable houses in perpetuity. To my mind, the design is perfectly acceptable and is significantly better than the building it will replace. We're even retaining most of the original trees. Some of the buildings in the surrounding area actually have dark brown harling on them. And if you're looking for things that look depressing, probably dark brown harling would be the thing you would pick. I think the design of the building is perfectly acceptable, and I'm quite happy to support the recommendation.
Okay, thank you, Bill. Jiva Blackett.
Yeah, thank you, convener. I'm very happy with the application. I think it's great, but just because you've got dark brown cladding elsewhere doesn't mean to say that you can't actually have a lighter palette here. And, you know, in the past we have approved planning applications and the design's been fine, but what's been actually built is not to what we agreed in the colours and things, and that comes down to a matter of cost. So I think I'm happy to support the application, but I would like to see some lightening, because I think it makes people who live there feel better. And, you know, it's as simple as that. So if the planners could please just note that a number of us have got concerns, but not enough to not support the application. Thank you.
Thank you, Jiva. Derek Ross.
Thanks, Chair. We've said that it's subjective. I'm kind of with Bill Lobbin here. I think the design's quite good, actually, and I think it looks quite attractive. So I'd be happy to go as is. So, you know, I don't agree with Eleanor and Jiva on that. And you know, we haven't had a vote on this, so I don't think I would go as is. I think it's a perfectly acceptable design and development.
Okay, thank you, Derek. Anne Ross.
Thank you. Well, the design is contemporary. I agree, it does look a wee bit industrial, but I'm content with this application. I'm happy with it, and I'm happy to support it as is. Thank you.
Paul Gibb.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I read the application, and of course we had a revision ourselves just a couple of days ago, but I worked my way through it and thought it was a good application. And when I got to the objectors, I focused a little bit more on the two semi-detached houses, especially the proximity of those two houses to the neighbouring bungalows. And initially, obviously, the drawings that we had windows on the first floor, and I felt that I would put an amendment forward to object on the grounds of loss of amenity and loss of privacy. So yesterday, 2 days ago, we received the updated drawings. They didn't have the windows, so I'm reflecting on whether I still whether I am content with the location of those two buildings. The remainder of the site I quite like. I initially thought the design was a little dark, and I worked my way through it, and I would agree that it is perhaps different to the surrounding houses, but certainly not different to houses that are in the wider area. So I moved over that particular point, but it was the proximity of those two semi-detached houses to the neighbouring bungalows that still concerns me a little. So it's quite large, it's quite overbearing, although there isn't people potentially looking from second-storey windows into the garden. It's very close, and I don't think I'm completely comfortable with them being so close. Look, I understand it's about economics as well. You've got a site and you're trying to put as many properties on there, and you've gone down to 14, and that going down to 12 might make it uneconomic. But I don't feel necessarily that individuals should perhaps in those two bungalows and either side should be adversely affected by a development, which in the whole is actually not bad. But so I'm just struggling on that particular point on whether to put an amendment forward, whether I'm still strongly convinced that these two semi-detached houses are too close. before I do, I just wonder if anybody wants to comment on my points and wonder if there is any support, because if there isn't, then it's kind of academic. But those are my views on this application.
Are there any further comments, members? Kenny Deans.
Hi, it's just a question about the solar panels. Did I hear earlier that they're indicative? Are they putting solar panels on? To what extent are they on? Is it a token gesture? Is it a significant addition to the economic running of the houses?
Absolutely required under the building regulations in terms of the balance between. They're obviously super well insulated houses. The running costs on the houses that we are producing for social housing are extremely low. Part of that is to do with the provision of solar panels for each unit, which will be required on each of them. They're obviously on the southern faces, or the most southern faces of each of the developments. They're usually indicative at this stage because they're not fully designed, because until we get to the building control stage and the actual units are selected, we don't know exactly the size and type of unit. So we have indicated that they would be in the indicative, but absolutely each property would benefit from solar panels.
Eleanor McIntosh.
Yeah, just going back to Derek's point, I suppose I'm not prepared to put an amendment through about colour of palette. I know you've heard the comments, and I know you'll come up with the right solution for the site. And if it, I'm quite happy to leave that to you. But I think the comments that several have made are well worth noting, for this and for future applications. That's all.
Paul, are you minded to put an amendment?
There may not be support, but I think I will, because I do think those two properties are too close, and I think there will be a loss of amenity, although there's not the potential that there was to look into the site. It is substantial massing of a building right at the back end of your garden. So I would put an amendment that policy 3.3, I think is I, in terms of its impact on amenity to the neighbouring properties would be my reason if I were to do, and I would seek a seconder.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a seconder for Paul's amendment? Okay, there's no seconder for Paul's amendment. I am content to move the officer's recommendation, including the affordable housing in perpetuity condition that Colin had suggested earlier. Is anyone otherwise minded? Okay, thank you. So that's passed. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Convener, I'll now leave the room for the next two items if someone could call me in when they're finished. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bill. Thank you, Pete. Moving on, members, on to item 6. It's an application for a detailed planning permission, erection of two houses on plots 58A and B, 34 Farm Road, Aviemore. And this is introduced by Colin Bryant. And the recommendation is to approve, subject to conditions and legal agreement.
Thank you very much. Yes, so this proposal site is currently consented for a single dwelling house. It's part of a wider residential development site, which was originally consented for 104 dwelling houses in total. The site, again, is located within the Abbeymoor settlement boundary at the northeastern edge of the settlement and to the west of the Spey Valley Golf Course and to the east of Dalfaber Park. The proposal, site is located within, let's repeat myself, so I'm just, yes, so this application site is just showing you where we are in terms of its location, its proximity to Dalfaber Park. The site at the minute is a very active building site. There's a lot of built houses, partially built houses, occupied houses. So it doesn't look like this. It looks like this. So I'm aware that these site photographs are of limited value to you, and I apologise for that, but there wasn't much you could do about it. There was diggers and dump trucks and all sorts of activity going on at the time, as you can see. But the proposal is for the erection of 2 3-bedroom dwelling houses to be located on, like I said, that one plot that was previously consented for 1 detached dwelling house. The elevations and the materials of the proposal show continuity with the wider consented development and the development in the houses that are currently under construction and occupied across the site. The materials proposed include white render, black and grey timber cladding, PVC windows, composite doors and grey concrete roof tiles, and these are consistent with the wider development. This is one elevation of one house. The other house on the site is just a mirror image of this, so it's essentially a left and right, 2 largely identical units. In terms of the principle of the development, the proposal site is located within the housing allocation site H1 as stipulated by the LDP, and it's located within the existing consented development. So the principle of residential development on the site is already established and is acceptable in line with the LDP. On affordable housing, given that this application proposes to develop 2 houses on a plot previously consented for 1 house, affordable housing contributions are going to be sought through a legal agreement for a commuted sum of £9,675, and this is in line with the policy and the guidance, which is essentially 45%. That sum is 45% of the cost of 1 affordable unit, so that's in line with the LDP requirements. In terms of design, the proposed scale and design of the houses provides continuity with the wider consented development, as do those proposed materials. The proposals will sit comfortably within its setting and within this wider development and townscape. In terms of the environment, no specific environmental or ecological measures for betterment are proposed here. However, as the wider issues relating to the natural heritage and ecology have been addressed satisfactorily through that pre-existing consent for the 104 units, it's not felt that it's appropriate to seek additional in this case. The proposal is of a scale and nature that it won't materially change the status quo as consented by the previous development, and as such is deemed acceptable in this respect. Briefly on flooding and surface water, there's no concerns regarding flood risk or surface water treatment. The proposal is largely in line with the designs of the previously consented, and Highland Council's flood prevention and surface water management team confirmed this. So to conclude, subject to the proposed legal agreement and the proposed conditions, the proposal complies with the provisions of the development plan, and as such the recommendation is for approval.
Okay, thank you, Colin. Thank you, Colin. Move to questions for Colin, and the first one's from Mike Williamson.
Yes, thank you. I was wondering, Colin, could you explain why we've taken for it's about the affordable housing commuted sum, why we've agreed to take a sum rather than affordable housing? I was just wondering if you could just take us through that, please.
Yeah, so this is a standalone application. It's not an amendment to any previous consent. So the application is for 2 houses, which falls below the policy requirement for an affordable housing provision. Although obviously in reality we're looking at a previously consented site which was consented for a single house. So in those terms, we're looking at an increase of 1 housing unit across the wider Dalfaber site. The wider Dalfaber site was subject to the affordable housing provision requirements at the time of determination. These requirements were met and provided affordable units off-site. Under these circumstances, it's felt that the most appropriate way is to capture the value of affordable housing financial contribution in line with the policy at the time of determination, so the policy now. So that's why we're seeking that 45% figure, which equates to 9675.
Thank you. Members, do we have any other questions? Okay, we'll now move to debate. Any contributions? Eleanor?
Yeah, I'm happy to support the application, given all that we've heard and given that there's now two houses instead of one great big one. I'm content with the application.
John Kirk?
I totally agree with Eleanor. It's good to see 2 houses instead of 1 big one.
Thank you. Are there any other contributions from members? And if not, then I think, unless anyone's otherwise minded, then I think we approve subject to conditions and legal agreement. Thank you. Moving on, members, item 7, application for detailed planning permission, reconfiguration of 2 house plots to form 3 plots and erection of 3 houses at 16 Farm Road, Aviemore. Again, this is introduced by Colin, and the recommendation is to approve subject to conditions and legal agreement.
Thank you. Yes, so as stated, this proposal site, this application site is currently consented for the development of 2 houses. It's part of the same wider residential development site, which was originally for 104 dwelling houses. The site, again, is located within the Aviemore settlement boundary at the northeastern edge, to the west of the Spey Valley Golf Course and to the northeast of Career Road. Maybe give you a better feel for where this site sits. You can see Heather Cottage, which was subject. There was another amendment we dealt with, I think, this time last year, roughly, down to the left there, and Career Road sits just down in the far left-hand corner of that slide. The golf course to the right. Again, the site is currently an active building site, so restricted access, difficult to get photos of much value here. But this essentially, it's a set down area at the moment for the construction of the other houses, because this is where the red line boundary is located in this area here. So the proposal is for the erection of 3 4-bedroom detached dwelling houses, again to be located where there was previously 2 larger units consented, currently 2 larger units consented. In elevations, the proposal shows design continuity with the wider development, which is currently under construction. Likewise with the materials, including white render, brick, PVC windows, composite doors and grey concrete roof tiles, consistent with the houses currently under development on the site. The materials are consistent across all 3 housing types in this proposal as well. This is an indicative street view of once all the units are built out, and the 3 units that we're talking about are down that central spine road on the left hand side, the N3 that you can see there just as it turns the corner. So you can see that they'll sit within, a very strong character area in terms of continuity of design and materials. A lot of these houses are substantially constructed now. So again, in terms of principle of development, the proposal site is located within a housing allocation site, H1, as allocated by the LDP. It's located within the existing consented wider residential development, and as such, the principle of development is well established and acceptable on this site. Again, with affordable housing, given that this application proposes 3 houses on a plot previously consented for 2, that's an increase of 1 house. So again, we are looking for a legal agreement for a commuted sum of £9,675 in line, which equates to 45% of one affordable unit, which again is in line with the policy requirements currently. In terms of the design, the scale and the design and the materials of the houses provides a continuity with the wider consented development, and it won't appear incongruous within its setting. It'll be very much in keeping within its setting in the wider townscape. And like the previous application, in terms of the environment, there's no specific environmental measures or ecological betterment proposed here. However, given that these matters were satisfactorily addressed at the time of determining the wider development site, a proposal of this scale and nature isn't going to materially change that, so it's felt that it's appropriate at this point not to seek further ecological enhancement. And again, on flooding and surface water, there's no concerns with regards to this. The proposed design remains largely unchanged from that previously consented, and the Highland Council's flooding and surface water team have confirmed as such. So to conclude, subject to the proposed legal agreement, the application, the proposed development complies with the provisions of the development plan, and as such the recommendation is for approval.
Okay, thank you, Colin. Members, do we have any questions for Colin? Jackie Brereton.
Thank you. It was really just to ask about the implications for the longer term total number of houses on this site. If there's currently plans for, I think it was 102, we've just approved an additional house, so now another additional house. Are there any implications for the future size of the development?
I can only speak to the implications arising from this proposal, and because the footprint of the proposed development sits within the footprint of the previously consented development, it's not having any wider implications in terms of the size, other than increasing the number of units by 1.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. John Kirk.
I like the idea here again, but I think the word in the street is that the 5-bedroom houses haven't been selling, and I think this is one of the reasons why they're putting in smaller houses, which might make it easier to sell in the future. So, I mean, it's a plus for the community if it's smaller houses. What we need is not these great big huge mansions that nobody can afford, and so I do like it. Give my backing to it. Sure.
Okay, members, anyone else got any other comments to make? Paul Gibb.
Yeah, thank you. I think it was Jackie's question that just made me think. So if this is one addition and we've just approved a previous one, and potentially, is there a point where you say, no, we can't do any more because perhaps the water supply isn't sufficient or the school roll is too large? And there isn't any comment from Scottish Water in this particular paper. When is that taken into consideration?
I mean, in theory, yes, there could be that point. I can't answer, I can't answer the hypothetical, how many units of an increase beyond the original consent we're going to hit that point. I suppose we have to take each on its own merit, but, without knowing, like the Scottish Water one, without knowing the absolute details of it, I can't see us hitting that point from an increase of a single unit or 2.
Okay, thank you. Would anyone else like to speak on this? Any other comments? I'm happy to move the officer's recommendation and approve. Is anyone else otherwise minded? Okay, thank you. So that's approved subject to conditions and legal agreement. Thank you. Okay, thank you, members. Bill Lobbin has now rejoined us. Move on to item 8 on the agenda. It's a realignment of 400 metres of the River Tromie, land northwest of the Dale of Killiehantly Farmhouse, Kingussie. This will be introduced by Catherine Donachie, and the recommendation is to approve subject to conditions. Hi, Catherine.
Thank you, convener. Thank you. Yeah, so this is a planning application is to realign the northern section of the River Tromie, as shown in that red line there. At the moment, the River Tromie is a fairly straight, it's been straightened, altered in the past. And on the left-hand side of where you're seeing the red line, where they're proposing the realignment, is the Inchmarshes area. And you can see that on the annotation on the OS underlay there. On the right-hand side is agricultural land at the Dale of Killiehantly. At the moment, the river is breaching its banks on the right-hand side, and there's a breakout on the left-hand side. And they're trying to create a more the proposal is to create a more natural line for the river that will reconnect the floodplain on the river and put the river will realign to the left, joining into the Invertromie drain, which is an existing watercourse. You'll see that in my photos later, running up to the Spey. The Spey's at the north there. This is to the southeast of Kingussie. It's a highly designated area. The Inchmarshes, it's a RSPB nature reserve, it's a site of scientific interest, SAC, special protection area, and it's a Ramsar site of international importance. As a result, a habitat regulation appraisal has been carried out, and that's concluded that the long term there'll be a positive impact on the various qualifying interests of the site, with short-term construction issues, but they can be dealt with, and the HRA has concluded, along with Nature Scope, that's acceptable, and there's no adverse impact on the integrity of the site. This aerial photo probably shows it a wee bit clearer, the grass, the agricultural land on the right-hand side, the marshes on the left-hand side, and the river being realigned to come out at a different exit point onto the Spey, about just under 70 metres west of the existing exit point onto the Spey. Sorry. Now, the application was advertised and there was no representations received to the application, but we did receive a late representation at the beginning of this week, and that representation raises a number of points which I'll briefly summarise. The representation is too late to be circulated. The writer had asked to be heard at committee, but it's too late as they hadn't made a written representation and it's all too late. So we've basically just got to summarise the key points that the representation makes. That representation is raising concern that the realignment will have an impact on the agricultural land on the right-hand side where the marshes are. There's some, it was used as sort of pasture land, meadow land. Concerned about impacts on that. They're concerned about any potential flooding for the Invertromey steadings, which you can see in the bottom left-hand side of the site of the plan. There is Invertromey steadings, which has been converted to residential use. So you're concerned about a flooding issue there. Flooding has been considered in this application. The flood team have commented on it. I'll cover that later. Also concerned about any cultural impacts in terms of archaeological sites and the history of that land being used historically for this is the left-hand side, historically been used for grazing and meadowland. They're suggesting an alternative in that the River Tromey itself, where you see the lower part of the red line, where there's a little sort of kink going up and down, that's where the diversion starts and where they're putting in sort of various features into the river. And then the original channel, eventually the northernmost part, will become redundant. The writer is suggesting that just south of there, that there should be there's a gravel sort of bit in the middle of the river, that should be removed and lowered, and then some repairs done on the right-hand side of the river beside the Dale of Killyhuntly land, that should be some repairs done there, and then instead of creating a new channel. Now that's not a proposal that's before us, and it's not part of the red line site, so it's just a suggestion from the writer, so we can't really sort of go into any detail of that. The application itself is considered in detail. The applicant is going to be speaking later, so the various options for reconnecting the floodplain and addressing the issues of floodwater breaking out onto the land on the right-hand side at Dale of Killyhuntly. And this proposal from its various supporting documents is concluding that this will help with any flooding of the Dale of Killyhuntly land. So that's an alternative from a late representation that we can't really consider. We've also last night received a representation from the same writer about the ownership of the river, saying that we haven't got evidence, but it's written in saying that there's 2 estates involved with the river here, as well as the RSPB. One has got fishing rights, which is not really our legal involvement in planning terms, and the other one owns part of the Solum of the river. Now, the applicant has certified that they're the owner of the land involved in the application, the RSPB, and we've made them aware of this late query about ownership. But as far as we're concerned, the ownership certificate has been submitted confirming ownership. There's no evidence at the moment to suggest otherwise, but that's a legal matter for the applicant to consider with any other parties, but they haven't got any evidence at the moment of anything else in ownership, but we did feel it was appropriate to raise it with members so you're aware of that representation. So essentially here, what I was wanting to show you is the application of the river going round, joining the Invertromey drain on the left-hand side. There's 2 little there's a red blob further down towards the Dale of Killyhuntly steadings, which are on the right-hand side of the application, of the plan there. That's a borrow pit. There's an existing borrow pit there at the little quarry there, agricultural type quarry. That's where they're going to get any material that they need for the works. And then there's another little borrow pit further up nearer the spey in the top kind of corner of this left-hand corner there, a little round red blob there as well. And that's previous river dredgings that they could use as material if necessary. There's no proposal for new accesses into the site. They'll use the access down to Invertromey steadings, and then there's wee dotted lines there. That's where you can drive across the field. They're not proposing any constructed accesses. The actual construction period will only take about 4 to 6 weeks, and that's got to be timed to avoid the river, the fish spawning season and the bird breeding season. So they've got a limited window to do these works. And so it's a short-term construction operation. They dig out the connection between the river and the Invertromey drain, and the material will all be used on site. There won't be any material imported for this works. The flood risk management team of Highland Council and SEPA were both consulted on the application and have no objections. The flood team have confirmed there's no flooding risks to anyone elsewhere. These sections kind of show that within the new channel of the river, there's going to be various little, they're called riffles and inset berms and various little features, so the river is more varied in its profile, which is beneficial to the fish, the salmon, and it's also beneficial to invertebrates and other species. So it's to try and create a more natural river going down to the spey, and its depth is about half a metre, with pools within it extra a further half metre depth, so the pool's about a metre deep, 6 to 7 metres wide, the channel. Sorry. This is at the moment, the left-hand slide shows the River Tromie is on the right of that, and there's a breaking to the west towards the marshes. The water's sort of breaking out there, and you'll see it from the right-hand slide. That's looking back, showing that little break that's happened over time with higher flooding and so on. Oops. And that's showing the breakout. You can see it better there, running away from the Tromie, and then the proposal is to continue that breakout all the way across. These are marshes and mire, sort of various transition mire it's called, all highly designated, and leading on to the Invertromie drain. It crosses there and then it goes down to the Invertromie drain. And that's the Invertromie drain that they'll be connecting onto. These embankments at the side of it, these raised bits, will be lowered a bit so that the water can get out across this marshland, which will be beneficial to the qualities of that. And that's where the drain goes out into the spey at the moment. And this slide shows where the existing Tromie goes out into the spey, and that's become more naturalised, sort of spreading out, as you can see. So the idea is that we'll have the new confluence point going out to the left. I mentioned in the report, we mentioned the fact that the spey is a core path. It's got a right of navigation, and our outdoor access team are satisfied with this proposal that will have no adverse impacts on the users of the spey. This is the wee borrow pit at Dale of Killahantley at the moment, and that's what they're going to use to get some material as and when they need it. And that area there, they're going to, beside the borrow pit, any excess spoil they might need to spread across there and reinstate to agricultural again. So that's on the other side of the river. And this is the crossing point. This is from the Dale of Killahantley looking across. There'll be no trees lost as a result of this application. There's an existing sort of bit that they can drive across with their machinery to do the works. And they've given various construction method statements showing how that will be done with minimal impact. The principle of this development is considered to comply with National Planning Framework objectives and Local Development Plan objectives in terms of sustainable development that will reconnect the river with its floodplain and will have beneficial impacts for the environment there, and it will create a much more natural river line with better habitat for fish, ultimately. The environmental impacts have been looked at in detail. Our ecologists have provided detailed comments and has done a habitat regulation appraisal, which Nature Scott are satisfied with, which also now has to look at the impacts, not just for the European sites, but for the Ramsar site of international importance, which is now considered in the same way as a European site for the habitat regulation appraisal, has concluded that, as I mentioned earlier, that over time it will have a beneficial impacts for the qualities, some of the qualifying interests, and is recommending that there should be some mitigation in terms of conditions which we've outlined to get a construction environment management plan and timings of when the works take place, and just a number of sort of general environmental conditions which have been shared with the applicant and who is happy to comply with these if the application is supported. The landscape impacts are probably beneficial. Our landscape advisor has concluded that they're beneficial. They've got very limited landscape impact because it's down there by the river, won't be wide open to view, but it'll be a much more natural a river line ultimately, so they're happy with that. So it applies with our policies on landscape and special landscape qualities. Flooding, it will address the flooding, or it seeks to address the issue of breakout flooding at Dale of Killahantley, protecting that agricultural land, and rewatering or the marshes will then be benefiting from the water running onto them, because there's historically been some drainage down there. And as I mentioned earlier, the flood risk management team are satisfied that there's no flood risk elsewhere from this proposal. There's no issues in terms of servicing. There's no requirements for any more servicing or roads issues. So our view is this is simply a realignment of a short section of river back to a more natural fan, which should assist in protecting the land at Killahantley, reconnect the river with the floodplain, and over time be of environmental benefit to the highly designated marshes and their interests. And as confirmed by the council flood team, pose no flood risk elsewhere. So we're recommending approval subject to the conditions that are outlined in our report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Catherine. Members, questions for Catherine, and please ask again just to stick to questions at this point, please. Do we have any questions? John Kirk.
There's a kind of 90-degree turn on that. How are they going to reinforce that? Because what's to stop the river just going straight out through that? There's two angles on it which I wouldn't be very happy with. I mean, the River Nethy was done before, and it did its own thing. So, and the other, they're taking stuff out of the Borrow Quarry, the Borrow Hole. Are they rocking the bottom of it, or are they putting the fines in as well?
In terms of the kinks and is that the bit you're referring to when it comes?
The joins there. I mean, there's nothing to stop the river just eventually in a straight, just goes straight down its own course, which most rivers normally do. And then when it turns, it goes down and turns like that. When it goes round the corner there, it can eat into that bar.
I think the
Chairman, those of us online can't hear John when he's speaking, when he hasn't got his microphone on.
Oh, sorry, I thought I had it on. I'll start again. Yes. Sorry.
Please, John.
My concern was with the angles where the river joins the new river in a spate. There's nothing to stop the river deciding just to go straight down through that. How are they going to stop that? And then the river takes a right-hand turn, and you know, it could eat into that bank lest that is rocked. Now the quarry I see is there's a lot of fines in it. Are they going to line the floor of the river with the fines, or are they just going to rock it? Because it makes a big difference to what happens.
Right. In terms of the point you made about the curb of the river coming away, the idea of it is that the river is going to be a sort of dynamic river that will go across the floodplain and then back into the Invertromey drain, and it will overtop from time to time at the Invertromey drain. My understanding is that they're putting in what they call a lateral bar on the river to try and direct the water that way. But even if it were to go down the old channel, I think it would cause a particular issue. I think that the original channel is, over time, they're expecting that it will not be in use. But I think the applicant themselves could probably answer the detail of that question better, and also the detail of the material from the Borrow pit as well. As I understand it, they're taking material out of the river, some of the gravelly stuff out of the river to create a kind of cobbled surface for the channel. But again, the applicant can explain that better, and that they will be making absolutely sure that there's not an issue about sediment and silt going down the river. They've got to consider all of that, and they've given recently, one of the proposed planning conditions is that we get a construction environment management plan. Sorry, I was away from the mic there. And that we get a construction environment management plan, and we've had some more of that detail from them, which goes into quite a lot of detail about how it will actually be constructed. I don't know if that answers your...
Okay, thank you, Catherine. Jiva Blackett.
Yeah, thank you, convener. Catherine, you referred to a communication from an objector, and you said that it was too late. Some of us have, I think, well, I certainly have got a copy of that objection. Are you saying that we cannot take what they are saying into consideration here because it's too late, and presumably because the rest of the committee haven't seen it?
No, apologies. I'm not saying you can't take it into consideration. Anything material land use issues that are raised by the representation, that's why I was reading out the key points from it. You can take into account any new material planning issues, but we can't circulate it, and we can't have the writer is not able to speak at committee. But you can take into account the points that I mentioned. I don't know who. I don't know who it's been circulated to or not.
Yeah, okay. I did ask Dave Berry yesterday, and he didn't know who'd had it. So are we about to hear from the RSPB too?
Yes, the RSPB have requested to address committee. Yes.
Thank you.
Duncan Miller.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I think I'll just support like John's point there. I do question that kind of the angle that's going at and how that's going to be. And I guess it's a question for the applicant in the next round of questions. But you know how that's going to be supported. You know, if water is going to go that way, and if we're talking that it's supposed to prevent flooding to the other side, I just wonder if that's going to breach over that and kind of go straight again, you know, or is it still going to be the same problem with flooding? And my question is where the new channel is proposed, is that ground, is it currently used for grazing, and what do you know what's the plan afterwards? Is it going to cease to be grazing, or just if it's going to be allowed to be used by whoever the current tenant is?
My understanding, part of that land that it crosses is grazing land that's used by the tenant, and my understanding is that can continue. Part of the land is that transition mire, which is pretty boggy, and that's very valuable in terms of the designated interest, the qualifying interest. But part of that will be affected by the new works, but then there'll be more transition mire will be created as a result of the re-wetting, as it were. So my understanding is that the tenant that will still be grazed, the areas of the grassland at the beginning of the sort of connection from the Tromie heading west, and then it goes over a quite boggy ground. But at the moment, it's all sort of open at the moment.
Am I able to come back on that, Chair? Sorry.
Yes, apologies, Duncan, please.
So if it's still going to be great, I just would have concerns, you know, having, you know, grazing on ground similar, and if there's going to be a cut-off point, and I know having wintering sheep and things like that, if there's going to be a bit that's going to be kind of cut off, and the way that the river kind of works, and if it goes up quickly, and it'll go up quicker there than it will with myself, it can, you know, I'm just concerned about probably the livestock in that area being trapped behind water that's coming in behind them.
I think maybe that slide that I put up there shows that the sort of raft grazing in the foreground and then the marshes beyond that. But I'm having spoken to the RSPB about this before, I'm sure that they've considered the management and the ongoing discussions with the tenant about the use of the land. And I'm sure he'll be able to answer your question. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Duncan. Thank you, Catherine. Sandy Bremner.
Thank you, Catherine. Just so we're absolutely clear on the point that's been raised about the impact on the agricultural land to the right, is the assessment that the application as it stands will reduce the likelihood of flooding to that land on the right?
Yeah, the land at Tale of Killahantley, yes, that's the overall sort of the various supporting documents are concluding that it would reduce the likelihood of what they describe as an avulsion, which is like a break of the water right across onto there. So that's the conclusion of the reports, yes.
Thank you.
Members, do we have any further questions for Catherine at the moment? Okay, I'm not seeing any online or in the room. Members, before going any further, at this point, I would like to pause for a second as I have a proposal to put to you. Having read the papers for item 8 and listened to the officer's presentation, as someone who knows this ground well, I'm still not sure how the proposal relates to the ground, nor its relationship to residential Invertromey farm steadings, which are not mentioned in the report. The Tromey is a dynamic river, and I am concerned that we cannot truly understand the context for the application nor its impacts on the ground, in this case without actually viewing the site on the ground. I would like to visit the site and see, for example, the proposed new channel marked out on the Invertromey side and markers indicating the closest point to date that flooding has reached the farm steadings, now residential property. I would also like to see how the farmland on the Dale of Killahantley side will be protected and dried up. It is not always practical to have a site visit, and clearly we can't do that for every planning application. But on this occasion, I am strongly minded to propose a motion that we defer a decision on this application today in order that we can undertake a site visit in order to more fully acquaint ourselves with this proposal, then return here to make an informed decision at a later date. Would I have a seconder to my proposed motion to defer determination of this planning application until we have undertaken a site visit?
Yes, I'm happy to second that. I think we really need to look at this because it's major implications for the whole of the Spey. You know, we've seen a lot of silt come down the Spey over the years, and I think we've really got to look very carefully at this.
Was that from you, Russell?
Yeah, for clarity, that motion is from me and has been seconded by John Kirk. And as I say, members, we can't have any debate or anything else, so it's just whether we agree with the motion, or does anyone like to put forward a motion that we should continue with this item today? Fiona McLean.
I don't see any reason why not to continue with it. So yeah, I would put forward a motion to continue.
Okay, thank you, Fiona. Do we have a seconder for Fiona's motion to continue? Okay, beg your pardon. I'm advised that we have a vote on my motion that I put forward, seconded by John Kirk. So I think I'll defer to the clerk, and we have a vote on if you agree with my motion to defer today and have a site visit.
Jiva Blackett?
I agree.
Sandy Bremner?
Abstain.
Jackie Brereton?
Agree with motion.
Kenny Deans?
Motion.
Paul Gibb,
Russell's motion.
Russell Jones,
Russell's motion.
John Kirk,
Russell's motion.
Bill Lobbin,
Motion for deferral.
Lauren McCallum,
I think I'm going to abstain because I don't understand quite your point. Well, yeah, I'm going to abstain.
Eleanor McIntosh,
I'll go with motion for a site visit.
Fiona McLean,
I just wish to proceed.
Duncan Miller,
Russell's motion.
Anne Ross,
Motion.
Derek Ross,
Motion.
Michael Williamson.
Russell's motion.
Yeah, I'll hand over to David Berry now, who will inform us of what happens now.
Yeah, so essentially the motion for site visit is passed, so we will defer the decision on this item now. We will go away as officers and arrange for a site visit ahead of the next planning committee, and then this item will come back to the next committee for consideration and determination after members have had the benefit of that site visit.
Okay, members, thank you very much. We will now break for lunch and have fun.
Yeah, I think we remember
And we will reconvene at 1:45. Thank you. Good afternoon, members, and welcome back to the afternoon session of today's Planning Committee. I think we'll run a roll call. Thank you.
Jiva Blackett,
Yes, I'm here.
Sandy Brimner,
Here.
Jackie Brereton,
Here.
Kenny Deans,
Present.
Paul Gibb,
Here.
Hannah Grist,
Yeah.
Russell Jones,
Here.
John Kirk,
Here.
Bill Lobin,
Here.
Lauren McCallum,
Here.
Eleanor McIntosh,
Yeah, hello.
Fiona McLean,
Present.
Duncan Miller,
Here.
Anne Ross,
Good afternoon.
Derek Ross,
Here.
Michael Williamson.
Present.
Thank you, Ellie. Moving on, item 9, upgrade of track for forestry in retrospect at land northwest of Claffbane, Dalnan Bridge, Granton and Spey. And this is introduced by Katie Crowder, and the recommendation is approved subject to conditions. Thank you, Katie.
Thank you, convener. This application relates to an existing section of track extending to approximately 323 metres, which is located in an area of moorland approximately 4.5 kilometres to the northeast of Dalnan Bridge, which you probably can't quite see in that very small map, but just to give a context of the location. So the track was previously, prior to 2021, used for grouse shooting and moorland management, but has since been used to support the delivery of part of a native woodland planting for the Muckrack Forest project, which I'll cover in a second or two. So you can see the extent of the track there in the red line. So I appreciate there's limited context with the on these plans, but this is the route of the track, which lies on a relatively steep slope with a deep profile in parts, specifically section C in the right hand, sort of in the centre of the track. It's probably easier to describe it as the sections are identified on the right hand plan. So some upgrading works have already been undertaken on the track, but these have been paused pending the need for planning permission. So this proposal is therefore effectively seeking partial retrospective planning permission to authorise and improve the upgrading works already undertaken, and for further remediation works to reprofile, stabilise and finish the track. The existing works on the track have created excess subsoil material, which has been sort of deposited in quite visible mounds along the both sides of the track. There has been, and there's been little revegetation on most of the slopes and the surface of the track itself. So this proposal will strip back the excavated material currently piled along the sides of the track and infill it back into the track itself, and reprofile the banks, making them shallower in some sections, which will help encourage revegetation of the verges. Additional material may be required for reprofiling, which will be taken from an existing borrow pit nearby on the estate. Any stable vegetation on the trackside banking will be preserved, and the bare track sides and verges will be reseeded. A verge treatment and maintenance plan has been conditioned to ensure that reseeding is undertaken with the appropriate heathland-specific wildflower mix, to ensure that any areas don't and also ensure that any areas that don't revegetate are reseeded. So that will all be contained within the plan that has been conditioned. Also, as shown on the plan here, on the left-hand side, drainage for surface water will be managed. Again, right at the bottom will be two twin wall culvert pipes at the base of the track to accommodate the watercourse at this location with appropriate sumps, and 8 channel drains will be installed at intervals along the track to manage surface water. The track will then be compacted to create a bound running surface, which combined with the improved drainage will manage water erosion and stabilise the whole track. So, and going forward, the track will be used as access for 4x4 vehicles to inspect and maintain the new woodland, as well as providing walking and cycling routes, walking and cycling route between Muckrich and Lochindorbh estates. So just in, I can't actually point here, but I'll show. This is a wider. This is the woodland creation plan for the Muckrich Forest project. So this just gives an indication of the scale of native planting, and there is also mixed wildlife habitat that's going to be or has been done across the estate. And if I go into the next slide, this is sort of from the top right of the other plan you've just seen. Next to T2, that is the access to the track, and just above T2 is the location of where this track is. But the land surrounding the track has been planted with young trees, which form part of this wider landscape scale project, which comprises nearly over 600 hectares of native woodland planting. So just to give you the context of what the track is has facilitated. So just going through some of the pictures here. So this is just from the south. You can see quite clearly the deposited subsoil that's been taken from the track and has been left sort of along the edges, making it quite prominent. This is the access to the track. So that was that point T2 on the map. So there's a pedestrian gate, obviously, which is always opened, and then access for 4x4 vehicles. And you can see the track again. You can see what's most notable is that material that's sort of been mounded along the edges of the track. So this is from the base of the track. Again, just getting a little bit closer to it, and then as you go up the track, this is the steepest part, and also where you can see that actually it's got the steepest profiled banks. And again, as part of this proposal, the material that's currently laying out on the edges of the track will be brought back in and infilled into the track to make these edges a little bit shallower, and also partly reseeded to again sort of reduce some of that visual impact. So this is as you're going further up the track, again, as you can see, the banks are a little bit shallower up here, but again, we expect that the verge treatment will be undertaken through the length of the track itself. And this is from the top again, where it's a lot less severe, and you can see that there's some revegetation along the sides, but still to be tidied up. So in terms of the principle, the proposal relates to a pre-existing track used by estate vehicles to access remoter parts of the estate and the recently planted woodland. All the works will be seen within the context of a large native woodland planting scheme, and subject to the other policies, the principle of the proposal is acceptable. In respect of design, these upgrades are of a functional design and the materials used reflect this. The scale and nature of the proposal is compatible with its setting, and this is combined with the fact that it will support a large-scale native planting project and as such will meet the relevant design policies. In terms of ecology, overall the environmental impacts of the proposal are of a scale and nature that's considered acceptable and in compliance with the relevant development plan policies. The proposal does not include any specific measures concerning biodiversity enhancement. However, the proposed development constitutes part of a wider project to plant native woodland, with our ecological advice officer recognising that this would deliver improved habitat connectivity between existing blocks of woodland and should deliver significant biodiversity benefits. And in terms of landscape, it's recognised that the existing track has a series of landscape and visual effects, and these could be exacerbated if further remediation work is not undertaken. So whilst the proposed upgraded track will continue to be visible, the mitigation measures proposed will substantially reduce the landscape impact of the track relative to what's there currently. The steeper sided section C that I showed the photo of, will remain deeper than the natural hill profile. However, its visual impacts will be lessened by the removal of the material along the edges of the whole track. In addition, the reprofiling of the track banks and the reseeding of the verges with an appropriate seed mix, which we've conditioned as part of the verge maintenance and treatment plan, will also help mitigate these visual impacts. The track is also associated with and will be seen in the context of an enclosed woodland planting scheme. So over time, it will become less prominent in the landscape and its visual impacts will reduce. Therefore, the proposal is considered acceptable in terms of the relevant landscape policies. And in respect of access, the track joins a right-of-way, but there's no expected impact on this. The public access along the right-of-way will be maintained at all times, and overall, the remediation works will improve the usability of the track for all. This proposal seeks to address the current substandard condition of the track by remediating unsatisfactory work that has already been undertaken, and also improving the overall function and visual impact of the section of track. Whilst the track will continue to have some visual impacts, these will reduce over time, and the proposal is considered acceptable and recommended for approval subject to the conditions stated.
Okay, thank you, Katie. Members, do we have any questions for Katie? John Kirk.
I see they're using twin wall, Katie. We've just been through one of the biggest fires in the area, and one of the problems was when the fire hit the twin wall, it just went straight through the plastic pipes and out the other side. So I think it's maybe something we should be looking at, concrete pipes going in vulnerable areas. And the other thing I would comment on, I don't see many passing places. If there is a fire, the road is the natural way into the wood, and it's handy to have passing places for vehicles. And width of the road as well, which I've mentioned in previous meetings, is important.
I mean, maybe the agent will be able to talk about this more specifically in respect of the twin wall. Certainly, that's what had been proposed by the applicant. However, obviously, this area knows very well about the fires, so so I think that will obviously be of key concern. In respect of the turning places, there is at the top of the track, there is a lot. I think it's just on the plan actually, but there was a sort of dropping off area at the top, if you can see, right at the top, if you can see that, which was used for the woodland planting, but further to the fire, the applicant said that will be retained because it was also beneficial to have during the fire, so that element will definitely be retained.
Yeah. But I'm meaning, if you've got a steep brae there, if two vehicles meet, there's nowhere to, somebody to draw in off the road to let another vehicle by. I know when we were doing roads, we used to have to put lay-bys in, especially for houses and stuff. So.
Okay. I'm not sure if anyone else has comments about that, but I mean, certainly, I think given it is a hill track, and I think use is going to be intermittent. I'm not sure whether that is a requirement or not. Sorry.
Any other questions, members? I don't see any. Eleanor.
Yeah, you said it was retrospective, Katie?
Yeah, it was put in as a retrospective application, but it's probably more accurately partially retrospective because works have been undertaken, but they were stopped pending planning permission, so it's not been completed.
Yeah, but they're fairly significant what has happened.
Yes.
So has the convener any plans to write to the applicant about it being a retrospective application?
I think I'll defer to our planning officers there.
I mean, got the agent here to speak in a moment. We have done that in the past, and in the past, as convener, we've raised concerns about the kind of retrospective nature of applications. If members were minded to do that, then I'm sure we could word something suitable up, and I could work with you, Russell, to do that. But as I say, the applicant, or the agent rather, is here to speak in a moment as well.
Okay, well, we'll hear from the agent, and we could talk about it again then, Eleanor, if that's okay. Any other questions for Katie before we move on, members? Okay, thank you, Katie. I'd now like to invite Caroline Webster, the applicant's agent, to come forward and address the committee. Welcome, Caroline. Good afternoon. You have 10 minutes, and I'll give you a minute's warning. And just begin on your own time. Thank you.
So without obviously spending too much time in repeating what Katie's already said, I thought that it might be useful just to provide some context to the history of this track and the nature of the retrospective piece. So let me just get the right one. Yep, so just to provide a little bit of context. So this is Muckrack Estate. Probably not very clear, but Dunning Bridge is just above where it says Muckrack Estate. The circle there shows you the location approximate of the track itself. So Muckrack is a 3,000 acre estate with many hill tracks across it for forestry, general sort of access purposes, etc. There is it in context with Clackbane, which is probably not very clear either. It's just below where that pink circle is, that's where the track is, and Dunning Bridge is just further down again where the Muckrack Estate is. So it gives you a little bit of context. So as Katie said, this was part of the native woodland application that's accepted and developed, and this track was an existing track that they used for the delivery, for the planting and the facilitation of that native woodland. So as you can imagine, quite heavy vehicles going in and out using that existing track to create this woodland. That's the aerial view of the track, which Katie already showed. So I've got two red dots, north and south. So that shows you the extent of the piece of that track that is part of this application, as I said, in retrospect. The sort of bottom end of where that red dot is shows you where the bottom pit is. It's existing as well, so that's there. And to give you an idea of the condition of the track, so this is the condition of the track after the plantation, heavy vehicles, etc. used. This track had already kind of slightly suffering from water damage, surface water damage. It's on a slope, and being used for the woodland plantation, obviously exacerbating that slightly. So getting back to the retrospective nature, these works were in effect trying to repair the damage that had been done by the vehicles using this road as part of the plantation. So this is a plan that formed part of the application. It shows you some of the sections which are more detailed in the supporting document that went with the application. Standard sections there as well. These details are taken out from the SNH, now Nature Scot, guidance in the construction of upland hill tracks. Standard specification. So in the supporting document that we provided, it had photographic evidence of the site and showed arrows, etc., to where we'll be putting in some open channel drainage just to manage that surface water because it was an ongoing issue. And as part of that work, just to build the track up because it had gone quite deep because of the surface water and because of the use in planting the native woodland. So we've shown a bit more detail, as I've said, exactly how we're going to build that up. The bottom pit will be used for trying to raise the levels slightly by 200 millimetres in the more deeper sections, and the open drainage channels just for ease of maintenance in terms of clearing. Just touching on the culverts, which I think was mentioned. So these details were taken from the SNH guidance, so that's what the guidance says at the moment. Obviously, if that's changed and the recommendations will change in relation to the fires, etc., the detail will change and we'd be happy to do that. So we've just shown what is recommended in the guidance for hill tracks and culverts. And this is a little sketch here taken directly from that guidance, and the photograph of the twin wall is directly from the guidance as well. So, and up on the top right corner, that shows you where the existing bottom pit is, which will be used for the infill for bringing up those levels that have been damaged by surface water or runoff and the vehicles. Just to really finalise, without going over ground that Katie's covered, that the retrospective nature is just trying to repair the damage, and it should have been through a consented process prior to the repair. So that was where that came into effect, being retrospective. So it wasn't done, it wasn't work that was implemented as an upgrade because they wanted to use the track for something. It was actually trying to repair it for works that had already been done to facilitate the woodland. And that's it really. So if you've got any questions at all, very happy to answer.
Okay, thank you very much, Caroline. We have a question from Mike Williamson.
Thank you, Convener. Yeah, my question is around about the condition 3, which is a requirement to submit a verge treatment and maintenance plan. And I was just wondering if you would consider the use of hydro seeding in order to go along the banks and distribute the seed that way.
Yes, happy with that in any way that can help the reseeding and minimise that surface water runoff and the general maintenance of the track. Yeah.
Carolina, could I ask a question? Was the work carried out in-house, or did you have a contractor that came in to did that work, the pictures we saw earlier on, and are you intending to use the same contractor to do the repairs?
The contractor was brought in. It is my understanding that they'd be using the same contractor, but I would need to confirm that.
Okay, thank you. Katie, have you anything you would like to come back to? I forgot to ask that. Should you be anything you'd like to come back to Caroline on?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll move to debate, members. Is anyone anything they would like to add? Eleanor.
Yeah, it's obviously a mess at the minute. It was a mess before repairs were started. It's a bigger mess now, so I think any move to tidy that up has got to be good. And so I have to go along with it.
John Kirk.
My only thoughts there looking at it was I thought it was awful clay looking stuff. So I don't know whether you actually maybe need to bring in stuff to stabilise the hill. Because when it's clay on the hill, it just erodes away and disappears.
The guidance is to use local borrow pits to keep the colour and texture the same as surrounding landscape. It might be riddled to make it slightly finer, but it'll be compacted as part of these works. It'll be crushed, compacted, so it should be more stable than it is at the moment.
Okay, thank you. Do we have anyone like to add anything, members? I would just say I was quite surprised to see the photographs. Nowadays, there's not many contractors that would perhaps have left a job like that with the steep sides and the spoil on the sides, and certainly hope that when the tidy up's done, it's done to in the standard that it should have been in the first place. But I am content to. Well, also, would members be content if myself and David wrote a letter to the applicants about the starting without planning permission? Everyone happy with that?
I think I understand now how it came about, but I think as a point of principle, I think we should write that letter to the owner.
Okay, thank you, David. So we will do that. But other than that, I'm happy to move the motion unless anyone's otherwise minded. So I think that's passed. Agreed. Thank you. Thank you, Caroline. Move on to item 10. Our legal representative, Peter Ferguson, has declared an interest in this item and he has left. And Derek Ross, I forgot about Derek. And Bill Lobbin. So Bill Lobbin, Derek Ross and Peter Ferguson have declared an interest. We still call it? Yeah, still call it. It's supposed to be 10, isn't it? We've got 10. Okay, so moving on, item 10, Balnespik Wind Farm. This is introduced by Emma Bryce, Planning Manager, and the recommendation is objection. Thank you, Emma.
Thank you. So, yes, this site covers approximately 1,065 hectares and is located on an elevated open moorland within the Strathearn Hills. The site lies directly adjacent to the National Park boundary, which is identified on the plan here as a yellow line. You can see that the site actually also adjoins the park boundary. The red line location adjoins the boundary of the park to the bottom, the southeast. So the proposed development is for a wind farm and its associated infrastructure. The wind farm would comprise 9 turbines, all with a maximum blade height of 200 metres. Given their height, aviation lighting is required on 5 of the turbines. The nearest turbine would be approximately 0.6 kilometres from the park boundary, and I don't know if you can see it, but it's identified as T8 on the plan, and its proximity to the park, with the other wind turbines and associated infrastructure beyond. So the next slide is a zone of theoretical visibility, a ZTV of the Balnespik wind farm on its own. You can see it's a study zone has been derived, and the red line with the black dots is the site area with the wind turbines. It's not particularly clear, but the dark red line running diagonally across the study zone is the park boundary. Now this identifies this is a way of identifying the visibility of the proposed wind farm, and there's 3 colours, although they're not particularly well distinguishable on some of them aren't so distinguishable, but the kind of orangey colour that identifies the areas within the park. If you look at the park, which is the kind of southeast quadrant of the sphere of the study zone, that shows where 1 to 3 turbines would be visible. The purple area shows where the turbines would be visible, 4 to 6 turbines would be visible, and the green areas show where 7 to 9 turbines would be visible. So it is demonstrating this figure is demonstrating that it would introduce turbine visibility into the park where they're not otherwise seen. I've got another ZTV for you here. Similar principle here, but what we have is the Balnaspik wind farm, and we've also got the operational wind farms of Tomnaclach, Moy Far and Glen Kyllachy. Now, the blue areas are the Balnaspik wind farm only. I'm afraid that they haven't provided the national park boundary on this, but again, it's that southeast quadrant of the study zone. So the blue areas are just showing where Balnaspik would be identified on its own. The green shows solely the operational wind farms, and then the purple, there's only little pockets of purple, but more away from the park, but purple combines the visibility of Balnaspik. So, there's a quite large swathes of blue in that ZTV demonstrating that there would be visibility. It would introduce visibility, turbine visibility within the park, whereby there's none at the moment. Just another image for you, which just shows the context of the proposed wind farm in relation to the park boundary and there's some consented wind farms, operational wind farms, and those in the planning and its scoping stage. Now, for the purpose of the application, the applicants have provided a number of viewpoints, and a number of those have been from within the park. These were identified in your papers, but I've just put a few of those together just to show you they've not come through particularly well for the slides, so apologies for that. But I hope you can see that here. This one, viewpoint 7, is from Carbridge, and you can see the wind turbines really quite in close proximity to that particular viewpoint. And then we've got the Nethy Bridge one. Again, they're not particularly clear, but you can see on that ridge line the introduction of wind turbines, which otherwise there wouldn't be any there. There's none there at the moment. Then we have Cairngorm, quite clearly introducing wind turbines that are clearly visible from the summit of Cairngorm and much more prominent than those that are sited, quite a distance away. And then finally, again, this image isn't particularly great, but you can see just on that ridge line from the summit of Mailbook Hill, you can see the introduction of wind turbines, which otherwise aren't there. Now, committee, you're aware that we have a casework agreement with Nature Scott, who provides the landscape advice in relation to development out with the park boundary. And this informs our consultation response back to the Energy Consents Unit, who are the determining authority in this case. We're purely consultees. So in terms of Nature Scott's comments, I'm not going to go into too much detail, but they consider that the proposed development, given the heights and proximity of the turbines to the national park, would represent a substantial shift in wind farm development baseline around the northwestern edge of the park. As a consequence, there would be a significant adverse effect on 5 special landscape qualities, and I've listed them here. In their paper, in their response, they go into a lot of detail and analysis of those. But I mean, to conclude that they have issues and they've identified what these issues are. They've also considered the cumulative effect of the proposed wind farm and the other proposed Clune wind farm, which is the next item on the agenda. And they conclude that the introduction of these wind farms would intensify the presence and influence of wind farm development in close proximity to the national park. Ballinspike would introduce a vertical man-made focal point to the northern simple ridgeline, and when viewed along with the Clune wind farm on the western skyline, would intensify the erosion of contrast between the settled strath and uninhabited upland of the surrounding hills. So in summary, the proposed wind farm would introduce the visibility of turbines to lower-lying areas of the national park for the first time during the day, and associated lighting would extend these effects after dark. It would have a significant effect on 5 SLQs. It's considered that the nature, extent and level of significant adverse effects caused by the addition of this proposed wind farm to the baseline of operational and consented wind farms fail to meet the requirements of the National Park Partnership Plan Policies C2, A and A4, and in turn NPF4 Policies 4 and 11. It's therefore recommended that the National Park Authority should object to the proposed Ballinspike wind farm.
Thank you, Emma. Do we have any questions for Emma, members? Mike Williamson.
I'm sorry, I probably should have asked this before, Emma, but I was wondering, by objecting to this, does this mean that it now goes to a public inquiry, or?
It doesn't generate public inquiry by our objection, but if the local authority, and I believe Nature Scott, potentially there would be public inquiry if objections are received from those organisations.
Sorry, I'll just confirm that's correct. So our objection doesn't trigger a public inquiry automatically, although the Energy Consents Unit could decide that that was sufficient if they wanted to. But it's quite likely that now that, given that Nature Scott have objected very strongly, and we expect others may, that this one would be going to an inquiry.
Okay, Mike.
I know the answer to this, but we will not be responsible for the costs of said public inquiry if one were to be held, then will we?
No, we won't, but we may need to attend that PLI with Nature Scott as well. But Nature Scott would be leading on this, and we would be supporting them. So they are the government's advisor on this, and our objection is separate, but it's for the same reasons as them.
Thank you, members. Any other questions for Emma? Okay, if not, we'll move to discussion and debate. Would anyone like to say anything, members? Sandy Brenner.
Yeah, I would just suggest that some decisions by this committee are marginal. I'd suggest that this isn't one of those. This wind farm would sit cheek by jowl with the boundary. The Nature Scott objections added to the comments by our officers make a substantial case for accepting the recommendations, which I do.
Okay, thank you. In the absence of any other comments, are we happy to accept the officer's recommendations? Agreed. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Peter Ferguson and Pete Cosgrove have now rejoined us, and we'll move on to item 11, which is Clune Wind Farm, again introduced by Emma. Thank you.
Okay, so this site covers approximately 3,300 hectares, and it's located on an elevated open moorland within the Monolith. The site lies directly adjacent to the national park boundary again, and this is identified, if you can see the yellow line across the image here. and it also adjoins the park boundary on its eastern edge. The proposal is for another wind farm and its associated infrastructure, and this one would comprise of 26 turbines, again all with a maximum blade tip height of 200 metres. The nearest turbine in this instance is approximately 9 kilometres from the park boundary, and again, given their height, aviation lighting will be required on 10 of the turbines. We'll have another ZTV for you, and this one shows the zone of theoretical visibility of the proposed wind farm. Again, we've got the park boundary on this with kind of pinky red line going diagonally across. And yes, this image is purely for the visibility of the proposed wind farm. The yellow areas show visibility of 1 to 5 turbines. Orange is showing visibility of up to 10 turbines. The blue shows between 17 and 23 turbines, and the purple areas are showing 24 to 26 turbines. So again, this is demonstrating that turbine visibility will be introduced into the park, whereby there's none at the moment. This one is another cumulative ZTV for members to have a look at, and this time it shows the operational wind farms of Farr and Kailahi wind farms. The yellow area is the Clune wind farm only, so you can see the boundary of the national park and the areas of yellow within the park, and that's showing the visibility of the proposed wind farm. The blue shows purely the operational Farr and Glen Kailahi wind farms, very little visibility of those within the park, and then the green combines the visibility. So again, this is demonstrating that there's going to be the introduction of turbine visibility within the park, which isn't there at the moment. Another image just to show you contextually the proposed wind farm, how close it is to the park boundary in comparison to those consented, operational and in the planning stage at present. Again, viewpoints have been identified and a number within the park, Carr Bridge again, and quite clearly this image shows wind turbines within very close proximity that where currently there are none. The summit of Mila Buchel, again, I'm sorry, the image isn't particularly clear, but it's over to the kind of left-hand ridge. You can see a little cluster of wind turbines, which currently aren't present. So these would be introduced by this wind farm. And then another one in close proximity. I'm sorry, they're not particularly clear, but just above the kind of, just beside the kind of pointed turret to the left, you can see the introduction of wind turbines there. This is the Nethy Bridge Hotel, and there's a cluster of wind turbines that would be clearly visible again, and they're not. They aren't there. They aren't present just now. So I'm won't go into too much detail. Again, we've got Nature Scots response, and Nature Scots response really reflect what they concluded with regards to the previous wind farm that was proposed, the significant adverse effect on the 5 special landscape qualities as listed there. They also considered the cumulative effect of this wind farm with the one we've previously discussed, Balmspick, and again their conclusion is that the introduction of these wind farms would intensify the presence and influence of wind farm development in close proximity to the national park. Clune wind farm would reduce the perceived extensiveness and naturalness of the surrounding hills, and from lower views would introduce a vertical man-made focal point to the western ridge. So in summary again, the proposed wind farm would introduce visibility of turbines to lower lying areas of the national park for the first time during the day, and associated lighting would extend those effects after dark. It would have a significant effect on 5 SLQs and would not meet the requirements of the National Park Partnership Plan Policies C2A and A4, and in turn NPF 4 Policies 4 and 11. It's therefore recommended that the National Park Authority should object to the proposed Clune wind farm.
Okay, thank you very much, Emma. Members, any questions for Emma? Okay, thank you. We'll move to debate. Anyone would like to make any comment? Eleanor McIntosh.
Yeah, just as before, I think Nature Scott have set out their objections clearly. I think Emma has presented well, and I don't think there's anything else that we could do but to object. So I support the recommendation.
No, I agree. And in the absence of any other hands, are we all happy to? Oh, I beg your pardons. What do you want to come in, Sonny? Sorry.
No, just to concur, given the major impact on landscape qualities, our National Park Partnership Plan and our statutory obligations, there is no alternative, I think, but to support again the recommendation.
Okay, thank you. I think we're all like-minded and we support the officer's recommendation to object. Thank you. Moving on, item 12. This is Highland Wind Farm. Pete Cosgrove's getting his steps in today. He's now left us. And again, this will be introduced by Emma Bryce, and the recommendation is to object. Thank you, Emma.
So, yes, this site area covers approximately 2,200 hectares and is situated within the monolith uplands. The site lies directly adjacent to the national park, and again, this is identified on the image here by the yellow line. So the proposal is for a wind farm and it's associated with infrastructure. The wind farm would comprise 19 turbines, 14 with a maximum height of 200 metres to the tip of the blade in an upright position, and 5 of these would actually extend to a blade tip height of 230 metres. The nearest turbine is approximately 4.5 kilometres from the park boundary, and given their height again, they would 8 of the turbines would require to be illuminated. The proposal also includes approximately 33.5 kilometres of access tracks with the upgrade of approximately 8 kilometres of existing track that lies within the park boundary. This existing track will be upgraded, and 1,500 metres of new tracks would be constructed following the route of the existing track. Locally sourced stone will be used for its construction, and it will extend to approximately 6 metres in width. You can just see the extent of the track from the yellow line down towards the A9. That's the extent of the track within the boundary that would be upgraded. So looking at the wind farm initially, we have another ZTV to look at, and again this shows the visibility of the proposed wind farm. Again, this doesn't have the boundary on it, but if you focus on the kind of bottom left-hand part of the image, that's the areas that fall within the park. The green areas are showing visibility of up to 5 turbines. The yellow areas are showing visibility of up to 10 turbines. Orange areas are showing visibility of up to 15, and the purple up to 19 turbines. This is the cumulative ZTV for you to have a look at. This time it's with the operational Stronlerg and Cloich wind farms, which are identified on the far left hand of the map. The yellow areas show Clune Wind Farm only. The operational wind farms are within the blue areas, and the green combines the visibility of the proposed Highland Wind Farm and the operational ones. You can see there's quite a significant area, yellow areas that fall within the park, showing the visibility of the proposed wind farm. Again, this is just to show you context, the proximity of the proposed wind farm in relation to those that are operational, consented, or in the planning and scoping stages. More viewpoints, Carbridge, quite clearly introducing turbines within close proximity to the park, whereby there aren't any, whereas there's none at the moment. Mealabuchel again, cluster of wind turbines clearly visible from the summit. And this time from Ben McDooey, and quite clearly, quite prominent cluster of wind turbines, which aren't currently there. Once again, Nature Scott's comments echo those of Clune and Balnaspik, and they identify the impacts that they're having on those 5 SLQs. They've also given consideration to the cumulative effect the proposal has with the current applications for Clune and Balnaspik, and they conclude that the proposal individually and cumulatively with Clune and Balnaspik it would significantly adversify SLQs of the Cairngorm National Park both during the day and extending those effects after dark. Given the site's elevation and proximity to the western boundary of the park, they consider that it's unlikely that these significant effects could be reduced through a reduction in turbine height or number. So in summary, the wind farm would introduce visibility of turbines to lower-lying areas of the national park for the first time. From elevated areas, the turbines would introduce prominent incongruous features, intensifying the presence and influence of wind farm development within the wider context. The proposal would individually and cumulatively with the proposed Clune and Balnaspik wind farms affect 5 of the SLQs during the day, and associated lighting would extend those effects during the night. And so again, the nature and extent and level of significant adverse effects caused by the addition of the Highland Wind Farm to the baseline of operational and consented wind farms is therefore considered to fail to meet the requirements of National Park Partnership Plan policies C2A and A4, and in turn NPF4 policies 4 and 11. And it's recommended that the CMP should object to the proposed Highland Wind Farm. Now, in terms of the element of the development that falls within the park, this was to provide access to the wind farm, and it's subject to its design and proposed mitigation. It's considered to be acceptable. The proposed tracks will have both construction and operational impacts, that's accepted. However, recommended mitigation measures should address these and ensure the effects on protected species and biodiversity are kept to a minimum. In terms of biodiversity enhancement, the proposed track works are part of the wider wind farm development, which includes tree planting and peatland restoration. Should the wind farm development go ahead, the project will facilitate the delivery of wider biodiversity enhancements. The works will be of functional design using locally sourced materials. The proposed track will be 6 metres wide, however, because it has to be able to accommodate the vehicles necessary to transport wind farm infrastructure. So it will be much more visually prominent than the existing track. So we're recommending it in our consultation response that a condition relating to the alignment and planting scheme will provide appropriate mitigation to reduce its visual impact. Just to give you an idea of that's the current track at the moment. Standard track accommodating 4x4 vehicles. It's recognised, however, as well that following the construction of the wind farm, the type and scale of track proposed will no longer be required, and as such, we also recommend a condition that the design and scale of the proposed track is temporary, and details for a smaller scale track should be submitted for approval, and these works undertaken within a specified time period. So this would ensure that the track is taken back to something of a scale of the existing track, and is more in keeping what we have here, and it would help reduce any negative impacts in the longer term. So notwithstanding the track will serve the wind farm development to which there are significant objections in terms of design and its landscape impacts, subject to our recommended conditions, it's considered to be acceptable, and we propose that CMP do not object to this element of this proposed development.
Okay, thank you, Emma. Members, are there any questions for Emma? Eleanor McIntosh.
Oh, Emma, I'm fine with Part A. Part B, not so fine with. What happened to the National Park Plan Policy 4 A4F, which is a presumption against new tracks, new hill tracks. And basically you're speaking about a new hill track because the proposed one will look absolutely nothing like that one, even if it is temporary. And it was also linked to that policy, if I remember correctly, is if one is agreed, then there should be mitigation provided by removal of something else. I think I'm right in saying that. Yeah, but anyway, that's just part of my thinking. But what I can't get my head around is why we would object to the development and yet think the road to it is okay. Because basically you're saying, right, you can't have that development there, right, if it was within our powers. So you can't have that development there, but you can have the road. Why?
I think the track is existing, and I mean, it does serve the wind farm that we have objections to. I think we have to maybe remove ourselves. If we did get a proposal to upgrade this track for a temporary period to accommodate works, then and we're ensuring that appropriate mitigation is being undertaken to address any environmental impacts, and we're ensuring that in the longer term the mitigation would include taking it back to what we have already on site at the moment, then I don't think we could object to it. You know, I appreciate we're objecting to the wider wind farm development, but it is an existing track and we're trying to ensure the mitigation will reinstate it back to the way it was.
Ms. Elner.
I have seen no wind farms, and I'm not saying I'm an expert on wind farms, but I have never seen a wind farm who have put in this wide motorway tracks that they need and then taken them out. Because their argument will be they will need it for servicing or for something else. They will not take it out.
Yeah, I mean, I've looked at their submission and their long-term vehicle and access requirements, and they do say in their submission that the access requirements on the longer term will not necessitate. It'll be smaller vehicles that would be servicing the site, and I mean they're there for 40 years. I mean, I don't think it would be unreasonable to ask them to reinstate the track if it's essentially 4x4 vehicles that will be servicing. There's not really any strong justification for it to be 6 metres wide in the longer term. So, I mean, EC, you're the determining authority. That would be, I think it would be, it's a reasonable condition, I think, to recommend if in the longer term. They're saying in their submission that it won't require, the vehicle servicing it will not be of that scale, and it won't be serviced on it's months between, weeks, months, between visits to the site to undertake service maintenance, what's necessary to do. So I don't think it's reasonable to ask for that mitigation.
I'll stop there because I don't have any more questions, but I will have in the debate.
Excellent, thank you, and thank you for your answers, Emma. Paul Gibb.
Yeah, my question is very similar. I too couldn't see why you would approve the path. So the question is, what work would the path serve other than to install wind farms? You mentioned that there might be some associated tree planting, but that's only associated if they get permissioned. What other work could require an upgrade to that path that we would give approval to in this application?
In terms of it being a 6 metre wide track? Sorry.
Yeah, I guess in terms of any upgrades to the existing, what do you need to, what's required to upgrade that path, and for what purpose? Outside of putting in the turbines, if they were going to put some trees there, would they need to upgrade it to put trees?
I doubt they would need something as wide as 6 metres, but I think they need something of that construction design, because if you think of the scale, these are 200 metre, 230 metre high wind turbines. So the scale of the infrastructure, the turbines and the what they need to get on site necessitates those kind of vehicles. So it's unlikely that it's unlikely we would potentially get an application other than for something of a development of that scale and nature that would necessitate a track of that width and scale. Yeah.
And I guess that's why I struggle that they're separate. They are. You cannot have one without the other, and that's why I find it. I needed that clarity on why they might be separate. I don't think they are.
I wonder if it might be helpful just to clarify. I guess it does create this kind of slightly strange distinction in the report in Part A and Part B, but the primary rationale for that is because the vast majority of the wind farm proposal is outside of the national park boundary. That means, from a technical point of view, we assess that against the policies in the partnership plan and the MPF4, but we can't assess it against our own LDP policies because that doesn't apply outside of the park boundary. Whereas the track element is within the park boundary, so we've created that the report creates that distinction because our LDP policies apply there, and we've assessed that part in its own right. I don't think we're saying that we think the track could be undertaken in its own right. It's just that sort of technical distinction within the report, and I think the position that we're articulating is that we submit an objection to the wind farm as a whole, and I think it's maybe just that technical distinction that creates maybe a confusion around that, but I hope that helps to clarify a little bit.
Taking Peter Ferguson at this point.
Thanks, convener. Yes, just to pick up on David's last point, that this is a consultation on one application rather than a consultation on two separate applications. So I think procedurally, the correct approach would be to object or not object to the application as a whole. It may be appropriate, though, within the justification for the position to express the committee's comments on the individual component, but rather than it being a composite objection, no objection, I think it's got to be one or other. It's up to members whether to express an opinion on an individual component. It's a completely different scenario, but let's say, for example, there was an application for housing with an access. If the housing was unacceptable, clearly the application would be refused. This isn't determining the application, it's a consultation, so there is more flexibility to comment. However, I would recommend that it be a binary objection or non-objection.
Okay, thank you for that clarification, Peter. John Kirk.
If I'm understanding this right, the road would go in, the wind farm, if it went ahead, they would take the road down to size, but take it back down. And then if a wind turbine breaks down, what do? Go and build another road again? This seems to be stupid, guys, if I'm understanding this right. Once the road's in, it's, in 40 years' time, that road will have grown over, it'll have generated its own edges and everything, and you go and take it out and start digging roads on various occasions. That doesn't make sense.
Okay, I think if we could stick to questions at the moment, thank you. And next is Duncan Miller. You had your hand up.
Sorry, no, my question was kind of answered in amongst all that. Cheers.
Okay, thank you, Duncan. Jackie Brereton.
I think mine was too, Russell. I'd probably come back and make a comment, but not a question.
Okay, thank you, Jackie. Mike Williamson.
Yeah, I think I'm probably the same. I think Peter probably answered.
Can you put your mic on, please?
Yeah, I think my question was answered too by Dave and Peter, so yeah.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions, members? Okay, so we'll move to debate. Eleanor McIntosh.
Yeah, I think Peter Ferguson gave me the way forward. I think it should be an overall objection, end of story.
Okay, thank you, Eleanor. I would second that. Has anyone got anything to add? Lauren?
No, just to echo, yeah, the overall objection. And I know, I mean, it's maybe not a planning issue, so apologies, but from my understanding, if we, and I'm not, you know, I do agree with onshore wind, obviously in the right place, but I don't know if there's anything to kind of use our influence around storage and kind of stronger grid capacity, because we can put in all the turbines we want, but if we don't have the grid or the storage, then, you know, we're not going to reap the benefits of this renewable energy. So I don't know if there's anything that we can do as a board to kind of push that fact forward, but there seems to be a lot of turbine capacity being wanted to put in, but not enough storage or grid capacity, which doesn't make sense to me.
You should come to Highland Council Planning Committee and you'll see plenty of that. Okay, thank you. Is there any other comments to make? Or are the committee content? Oh, sorry, who's on? Anne Ross.
Thank you. Well, I think actually you just, I was going to respond to Lauren very carefully without prejudicing myself with anything, but I think you responded and gave an answer which would cover what would answer sort of her query there. So thanks.
Okay, thank you. So are we happy to go with Eleanor McIntosh's amendment? Is everyone in agreement that we object to both the wind farm and the road? Okay, thank you, members. And Emma, thank you very much. That was 3 huge bits of work and really well presented. So thank you very much. Appreciate it. Members, we'll have a comfort break, 10 minutes.
Convener, I have to go, I'm afraid.
Okay, thank you, Jiva. Comfort break, 10 minutes.
Convener, I have to go, I'm afraid.
Okay, thank you, Jiva. Comfort break. singing. We'll move on to item 13, which is for decision, and it's a planning committee standing orders, and this will be introduced by David Berry. Thank you, David.
Thank you, Convener. So, yeah, final item on the agenda, or the formal part of the agenda for today, is in relation to, or seeking approval rather, for amendments to the Planning Committee standing orders. And this paper follows on from the informal discussion that we had on this topic after the June committee, so a couple of months ago. And as we mentioned at that June discussion, the current standing orders were adopted back in September of 2019, so it's coming up to 6 years since they were reviewed last time, and there are a number of, I guess, drivers for the need to kind of revisit the committee standing orders. They include things like changes to working practices that were introduced and have been maintained following the COVID-19 pandemic, and principally talking there about things like online meetings and hybrid meeting functionality. But we also have had other things happening in the background. So the board itself approved amendments to its standing orders back in November of 2024, and we need to ensure that there is a level of consistency across the two procedural documents. And the other thing that we're looking at is that during the course of reviewing the standing orders, that gives us an opportunity to potentially look at introducing other changes that might be of wider or more general benefit to users of the planning system. So that's essentially what we're trying to do through this proposed set of updates to the standing orders. Now, in terms of the report structure and the content of the report, the content and the recommendations and the proposals in terms of suggested updates, we've tried to take our guide from that informal discussion back in June. So we've had regard to the views that were expressed during that discussion, and we've tried to take those account and reflect them as much as possible. And in terms of the structure of the report, we've set out in the covering paper a summary of the main changes. So table 1 in the covering paper sort of just tries to run through a summary of the main changes under each section of the standing orders. And then there are 2 appendices to the report, the first of which is a copy of the 2019, the existing standing orders, which has got tracked changes to show the detailed wording changes that we're recommending. And then the second appendix is effectively a clean version of the proposed updated standing orders, should all of the recommended changes be agreed today. And that's really there just for ease of reference, so you've got that clean copy to read through. No, I don't plan to run through all of the detailed changes in this presentation. As I say, the table in the covering report summarises the main ones. But what I thought would be useful is just to concentrate on some of the more, I guess, some of the key changes, and particularly some of the key themes that came up during the discussion back in June and what's recommended in respect of those key points. So the 3 sort of key areas that I wanted to focus on, firstly was format and location of committee meetings. Then secondly, planning site visits and the sort of status of those. And then thirdly, just a bit on proposals around allowing a little bit more time for written representations on planning applications. So the first of those 2 is just picking up on some of those key discussion points back from June, and then that third one that didn't come through so much during that discussion, but it's potentially quite a significant change that we'd proposing to introduce, which might be of wider benefit. So just in terms of that first point on format and location of committee meetings, that obviously was quite a focus of discussion back in June. And really that discussion, I think, centred around the question as to whether we should continue to hold planning committee meetings in hybrid form, hosted from our office here in Granton, or whether we should revert to an in-person format and or revert back to moving the committee meetings across locations throughout the national park on a more regular basis. So effectively, should we revert back to the kind of pre-COVID patterns around that, I guess. And the recommendation in the report is that most of the committee meetings of planning committee should continue to be held in hybrid form from or hosted rather from our offices here. And the rationale for that is primarily because we're operating under financial constraints in terms of budgets. We also have aspirations through the partnership plan to be a net zero national park, and we think that reverting to an in-person format and or moving back to a format where we move the committee around the national park on a more regular basis would incur additional financial cost and also carbon emissions that we think would be difficult to justify on a regular basis. But having said that, we do think it's important and entirely appropriate that when we are, as a committee, determining planning applications that raise issues of particular significance or complexity, that it would be entirely reasonable to hold the committee meeting that's going to determine that application in a location or venue that is close to the site of that proposed development, and also to make those meetings in person, because once we move out of the office here, it's difficult to guarantee Wi-Fi access and availability. So we are also proposing to build in that level of flexibility to introduce that ability to move the committee and to hold some in-person meetings for those kind of particular applications that raise more significant issues or are more complex. And we think that is a sort of pragmatic balance, I guess, but members might have a different view on that, and we can open that up for discussion. But that's a recommendation in terms of format and location of future committee meetings. In terms then of that second point around site visits and the status of future site visits, again, that was quite a key focus of discussion back in June. And the question really at that point centred around whether or not planning site visits should retain their existing optional status, if you like, or whether it should move to more of a mandatory position where, in order to take part in subsequent decision making on a given application, members should attend a site visit if if one is required for an application. Now, what we're recommending in this context is that, well, we're proposing to introduce, I guess, a bit of clarity around the two different ways that site visits are generally arranged. The first route is that often, or typically when a site visit is required, or we think a site visit is required on an application, that would often be identified in advance, usually be identified in advance actually, and that's generally identified sort of in agreement between officers and convener and deputy convener of planning committee. And in those instances, we'll arrange a site visit ahead of an item coming to committee, and that would be undertaken obviously in advance. Now, what we're recommended in the report is that in those instances, we think attendance at those site visits should be made mandatory, so that in order to participate in the decision-making process when the application subsequently is considered at committee, members should attend that site visit. But having said that as well, we also think it's very important that we retain that existing provision where any member can propose a motion to defer an item once it's come to committee and once the case officers presented their appraisal of the application, any member can propose a motion to defer a decision on that item pending a site visit. Now, in that instance, we think that it is reasonable, and we're recommending that it's appropriate to retain the optional nature of that site visit. So for site visits that are arranged in that way, we think that it's reasonable to make attendance at those optional or retain that optional status. And the rationale behind that is effectively, in those cases, the decision-making process, I guess, to an extent, has already been begun. The application has already come to committee. The case officer will have presented their appraisal of the site and the proposal, and it's reasonable that some members may take the view that they are satisfied with that level of information that they've already received, and therefore they don't need to attend a site visit in order to be fully appraised of the site characteristics and able to take part in that decision-making process. So we're effectively proposing a sort of two-tier approach to site visits and the status of those. The final bit that I wanted to mention, because those were the two themes I think that came through during that discussion. The final bit that I did want to just briefly mention, though, was this point around allowing a little bit of additional time for written representations on planning applications as well. That didn't come through so much in that discussion back in June, but we think this is potentially quite a useful and helpful change that we can make to benefit users of the planning service. Because at the moment, our standing orders effectively only allow 28 days for written representations on planning applications. And if representations are received beyond that point, we don't report them in the written papers to committee. But in reality, we often have a bit more flexibility around that. We often do have time would have time to report representations that are received after that 28-day date and still incorporate those into the papers and the written papers that we present to members. So there's a proposal in there just to give a little bit more flexibility around that existing 28-day cut-off period. So I just wanted to mention that because we think that might be a benefit essentially to users of the planning system. I think that is probably all I was planning to say by way of background. Maybe just worth mentioning before I open up for any sort of questions that there are some additional procedural steps that need to happen after the outcome of today's meeting. So we're obviously asking members to discuss and agree an updated set of standing orders today, but it's worth mentioning that those updates wouldn't come into effect immediately. The updated standing orders would need to be presented to board for formal approval initially before they would then come into effect. So the intention would be after today's meeting to present the agreed position on the updated standing orders to board at its next meeting in September for formal endorsement and formal approval at that stage. So just wanted to mention that just in terms of procedure and next stages. But I think, Convener, that was all I was going to say by way of introduction. Happy to take any questions as members might have.
Okay, thank you, Dave. Members, with your permission, we're going to open up for questions today, but with your permission, I'm going to suggest that we try to keep the issues very separate. The last time we discussed this, I think everything got a bit conflated. So to try to keep it really simple, and we know exactly what we're talking about with each of them. At the moment, we're just opened up for questions for Dave, and I'm going to suggest that only questions, if you have any questions on the format of locations of meetings, and then once Dave's answered any questions on them, then we'll move on to any questions on site visits, and then we'll move on to any questions on written representations. And then when we move to discussion, again, we will try to get a clear view on each of them so we don't end up conflating them as we perhaps have done before. So is there any questions for Dave on the format and locations of meetings.
I'll wait till the discussion.
No questions on. Anne Ross.
Thank you. I was listening to that with interest, and I hope I didn't mishear, or when I say mishear, I missed something. Am I correct that you're still considering having hybrid meetings? I thought I heard that, but I would just like confirmation, please.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. The proposal is that most of the meetings of the committee would continue to be in hybrid form. Yeah, so that's absolutely right.
Thank you.
Any other questions on format? Okay, move on. Do we have any questions for Dave on site visits and what's been recommended for site visits? Anne Ross?
Yes, it's me again. I heard someone saying Anne Ross again. Yes, sorry. But how are the site visits going to work for those with mobility issues who cannot walk far or on uneven ground or even step up onto uneven, take a step up of a certain height? How is that going to work from an equalities perspective, please?
Yeah, I mean, David might want to come in on this one as well, but I'm sure through the Clerkship Board, I mean, probably the first point to make is that site visits are not the norm for planning applications. So generally speaking, the number of site visits that we do as a committee is relatively limited. So that's probably the first point. I guess in terms of practically how do we make that work from an accessibility point of view, our Clerkship Board team would probably be able to work with individual members to look at how that could work, except there may be accessibility issues around some sites in particular where they're not necessarily easily accessible from the main road. But there will be some others, I'm sure, that would be accessible just from the main road, and we would try to keep obviously any site visits as accessible as we possibly can, just for all members, really.
Thank you. So I am actually thinking of myself, and there are certain visits that the clerks are really, really helpful, and so are all the board staff. Thank you. But there are certain things that I don't feel I can undertake as a board member, when we're out and about on visits and that sort of thing, because A, I would hold everybody up, and B, there's a danger of me tripping or falling or whatever. So there is a risk there for me, and that's why I'm asking. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Anne. I'll bring in David Cameron at this point.
Yeah, thanks, convener. And it's a very fair point to raise around this. I think just one part of overlay which doesn't come into the specific around standing orders is that for any outdoors trip involving anyone, we would be undertaking a risk assessment of the plans that we put in place. And you quite rightly raised that one of the considerations that we would have to put in place for any site visit would be a risk assessment around the terrain and a risk assessment around the accessibility of any transport, and an element of the design of any risk assessment of any site visit that was called for would have to be to ensure the accessibility of that site to all members, and typically with our risk assessments we would come out to members to make sure that the arrangements in place were appropriate for everyone, and try to accommodate any specific requests that we receive. But it was just to make sure that you understand and that everybody understands that our kind of approach to this is on a risk assessed basis and on a basis of trying to accommodate a design that will suit everyone. I hope that helps.
Okay, thank you, David. Mike.
Okay, thank you. I was going to mention, I mean, given what Anne's just said about the potential of just using video cameras or something, just to, if a person can't necessarily get in there, but given what David's just said, if it's risk assessed, fine, but is there an option there just to video it or something if required or somebody needs it?
Yeah, it's an interesting point. That begins, I think, to get into that blurred territory of what is a risk assessment. What is a site visit, and what is a means that can be used as a hybrid meeting presentation tool. And I would imagine I'm not involved typically in calling site visits for these meetings, but typically I would expect that those involved would be considering the extent to which a meeting can be facilitated by the use of photography, videos, and those approaches, and if that's feasible, then that would be part of the consideration of whether a site visit is needed or not. And it would be in the, as Dave said, the kind of exceptional, typically cases where there is a feeling that there is a need for members to actually be on the ground and be able to see the nature of a site on the ground. That's what we're talking about, really. I wouldn't think it would be helpful to get into the territory of trying to blur what is a site visit and how can we accommodate people that can't be on a site visit. I'd come back to my previous answer that we would aim to design the risk assessment and the approach to a site visit to make it accessible by all members who would be trying to get there.
Okay, thank you. And the third part, are there any questions of clarity for Dave on the written representations proposals? Okay, so we'll open it up. Oh, beg your pardon, Kenny. Sorry, I didn't see.
Well, sorry, just to say I was unclear. 28 days is very specific, and that's there. Greater flexibility is good, but I don't know what that means. So is that 6 weeks? Is it a proposal for a certain time limit, or the week before a planning meeting, or how is that managed?
Of course, yeah. I should have picked up on that. I tried to articulate it a little bit more detailed in the report, but I think we would need to include a hard cut-off point beyond which we can't accept written representations and include them in committee papers. And the proposal in the report is that would be set at, I think it's 21 days before the date of the committee, and so there would be that ultimate kind of cut-off point. We still have flexibility beyond that as well, like as you've seen today, to report late representations if we think as officers that they raise material issues verbally at committee as well, but it's just in terms of getting those written representations into the effectively the papers that are circulated to members.
Okay, thank you. So we'll go back to number 1 again, format and location of meetings, open up for discussion, and then we would look for a decision on this after everyone's had their say. Oh, Derek Ross.
Thanks, Russell. I mean, I can see where you're coming from in the paper, but I think we've got to think of public perception of this organisation, Cairngorm National Park. The clue's in the name. It's the Cairngorm National Park. It's not the National Park for Granton, and I think we should be moving about I thought there was a little bit of consensus at the last meeting that we thought it was a good thing to be moving about the planning committee. I think it's important that the members of the public can see in their own area planning being done. I mean, we've lost enough democracy and planning in Scotland over the last few years, but I don't want to lose any more. I just think it's important that we move about, even if we have to say, well, 2 out of the 7 meetings of planning are around the park. I mean, we've had the planning committee down in Blair Athol. We've had it in Ballater. I think we've had it in Botagarton as well, planning committee. I just think it's important that people see that the park represents not just this area, but other areas. So, with that in mind, I would suggest that we have at least 2 meetings out and about.
Okay, thank you, Derek.
Sorry, just one word. It's not just about money. You know, I mean, there are other things that we spend money on, and I think it's important that we spend money on this particular one.
Okay, thanks, Derek. Bill Loban.
Thanks, Convener. Being online today has reinforced my dislike of attending meetings online. I think you miss a lot. But that said, I think we should continue with hybrid meetings. But if we're going to continue with hybrid meetings, then the hybrid facility needs to be available all the time, not just when meetings would be held in Granton. And I would agree with Derek, strangely enough, that we should move around the park. During my first period in the park, we moved around on a regular basis, and there was no hybrid option. If we're having a hybrid option and the hybrid option is in Ballater or anywhere else, it must mean that people from for example, the Granton area can also come in online. It can't just be when we happen to hold a meeting in Granton that anyone can VC in. So, but I'm in favour of us moving around the park, but I dislike online meetings in any case.
Okay, thank you, Bill. Sandy Brown now.
Yeah, just to say, I think there was some unanimity at the last meeting about the idea of not having all meetings here, but to have them elsewhere on merit, where there were major applications that were relevant to that area, rather than an arbitrary number as a proportion of the total number of meetings. So I think to have the flexibility that's being proposed in the recommendation makes perfect sense, where there's a good reason to be in the locality speaking about an application that's got a significant impact in that area.
Okay, thank you. Lauren McCallum.
Yeah, thanks, Russell. Yeah, this is a difficult. Well, I can sympathise with lots of opinions on this, and I agree with a lot of what Derek has said, and with Bill. But I think I need to, in terms of the resources, I think I agree with what's in the paper. I think it needs to be kind of needs assessed, and what's in there. And just to echo kind of what Bill says, I don't think it's right just to have a hybrid version in Granton. I think it needs to be, if we're going to Ballater, it needs to be hybrid option there as well. So yeah, I think I would stick with the sort of needs assessed number.
Just on that point, can I ask if you come back in there, Dave? I think there's problems having a hybrid meeting in Ballater, is it?
Yeah, I was going to clarify that point, that to some extent hybrid facilities are are dependent on whether or not that is technically feasible. And I think the last time we were at Ballater, there were issues around that. So I don't think it would be necessarily possible to guarantee that in every external venue that we might need to use, that there would always be that functionality available. I mean, were it available in instances where we can, be confident that it's going to be functional, then I don't see any problem why we couldn't necessarily use that. But I'm not sure that it would be possible to guarantee that in all instances if we were to move to a different location.
Okay, thank you. Kenny Deans.
Thank you, Convener. So I agree with what's on the paper. I think Sandy's point is totally valid. If there's an issue in the north or south, wherever, that we move the planning meeting there, and that's what we do. That makes sense. I also agree with Derek that it's the national park, but board meetings, informal board meetings, and other events certainly should be held in the park. But planning is quite specific. And if we end up down in Blair Atholl and all the applications we're talking about are from Aberdeenshire, it just doesn't make much sense to me. I get that in principle the idea would be good, and I think that's what the suggestion offers, that we take advantage of that. And I think the other issue about us being in the park is a separate issue, and is one should be considered by the board as a whole with regard to other activities that we do. But we shouldn't. I don't think we should conflate the planning meeting as such with other meetings that we might hold around the park.
Okay, thank you, Kenny. Pete Cosgrove.
It was a minor point, really, and it's really not for me because I tend to attend all the meetings here, but for folk online, I'm still aware that when we use a pointer here and we point to things, that people online won't necessarily see that, and I thought we were looking at the possibility of technically when we use a pointer that it can be seen by everybody online. Is that the case that people online can see when we use pointers or not?
I think you're right that they probably can't do that at present. I mean, again, we can look at the technicalities around that and see if we can introduce something that.
I just think something could get lost and it could be challenged if we're talking and pointing and highlighting things, and then people who are online can't see that. I just think it's a small technical point, but it would be worthwhile looking at in the context that we're looking at hybrid meetings. So,
just on that point.
Yeah, I think you're right. We were having some difficulty with that in any event.
As a point of information, I asked the planning team earlier, and they were told they can't use the pointer. So we haven't used the pointer today, is my information, because they can't see it on screen. So the on-screen people didn't miss anything because we didn't see it either. So which is really unhelpful, actually, really unhelpful. So I don't see why half of us should be mitigated against, really, when it would have been very helpful. At least some of us have a clue where these bloody turbines were.
Okay. Personally, I mean, I would like us as a board to be more visible around the park. I agree with Derek. You know, it would be good if we were over in Ballater more often and in other parts of the park. However, I understand what we're saying about hybrid meetings and the difficulties in different places, and I agree with Kenny about the maybe by planning, maybe for these reasons that we go with the recommendations. So I'm going to suggest that we move the recommendations. I don't know if we have a seconder, and does anyone want to put something else forward? Sandy. Second. Anyone else?
I mean, sorry for. I mean, I kind of agree in some ways with what Kenny's saying. I think our focus as a board perhaps should be more on getting around getting around the park. And, the compromise with planning is that when we have a big application for something over in Deeside or something up in Tomintoul or something down Blair Atholway or in the Angus Glens, that we accommodate that and try our best to go across so that local people can attend and make their presence felt at the meeting. So, I mean, with that in mind, I would say, just go with the recommendations.
Okay, thank you, members. So that's agreed. We'll go with the recommendations on format and locations of meetings. Now open it up for discussions around site visits and what has been recommended. Would anyone like to comment on site visits? Derek Ross.
I think Anne's made some really pertinent comments in terms of our equalities in terms of the site visits, and perhaps we need to let people, David, think more about that particular issue, and before we decide on the site visits, because I mean I think Mike made the point as well. I think it's very important that we have equalities in mind, and that everyone can't take part in. I mean, I've been on site visits that have been quite arduous to get to the thing. Having said that, they're so important. They really do colour how you feel about an application. I've seen me think about something when I've got the papers, and then completely change my mind when I've gone on the site visit, and that's at the local council level and here on Cairngorm National Park planning.
Okay, thank you, Derek. I'm going to bring in Gavin Miles at this point.
Thanks. Yeah, it was just sort of to clarify that most of the site visits that we do, we try to design to involve as little walk as possible, but there have been
a number of site visits in the past where we've arranged off-road vehicles for some members who have then taken a different route to a point where we view something and other members walk and see a little bit more, but everyone gets the same, I suppose, explanation of the site and things like that. And we're happy to do that all the time. Clearly, our current board membership, we have members with, I suppose, some with less desire to be mobile on certain surfaces and things and to travel less far. But certainly we can accommodate our current board members on site visits pretty easily. If membership changed, then obviously we might have to think about other forms of access and whether site visits were helpful or not to some members, but we'll deal with that when we get to that stage. At the moment, I don't think that a site visit should be a barrier for anyone as long as we know and we plan for that.
Okay, thank you, Gav. Do you want to come back on that specific point, Derek?
I know, well, it's in terms of site visits, I know in Murray, it is not compulsory site visits if there's one taking place. It is not compulsory, even on planning appeals. I know one councillor who doesn't want to go on the site visits. I mean, I don't agree with that, but that's the thing. I don't know what it's like in other local authorities, whether there's a compulsory nature to site visits.
I'm just saying, Perth and Kinross, we very rarely have site visits. Maybe the local review body, they go on the site visits, but it's very rare for planning to go out.
Okay, thank you. Just on that question, they are compulsory in Highland, so yeah. They are compulsory. Bill Lobbin.
I think the fundamental thing here is fairness. You know, if you don't read the papers and you don't turn up to the meeting and hear everything that is going on, then you shouldn't be deliberating on an application. And that should apply to site visits. Because as Derek's just mentioned, sometimes you go on a site visit having read the papers, etc., and you see things that completely change your mind. So I think it's far fairer to both the applicant and objectors if we can be seen to go out on the site visits, which are a rarity. And as Gavin says, I think we should make arrangements where every member can attend a site visit if they so wish. But I would support the idea that whenever we have a site visit, they are compulsory.
Okay, thank you, Bill. Anne Ross.
Thank you. Well, in Aberdeenshire, they are not compulsory, and that's the line I support there. I don't believe they should be compulsory. And I would also like to thank Derek for his understanding. It can also not just be walking; it can be getting in and out of high. When I say high vehicles, you know, it's lots of issues. And Derek, thank you for being understanding. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you, Anne. Hannah Grist.
Hi, I'm just maybe echoing some of the things there around some equalities concerns around the mandatory nature of the site visits. I totally agree they're really helpful when we go on them, but in terms of we might be able to manage it with the board members we have now, but if we're setting this in the standing orders, then are we potentially putting off board members with greater accessibility requirements in the future? And I don't want to have to revisit the standing orders because we haven't built this in at this stage. I also wonder, just the way it's worded now, we need to have a certain number of members at a site visit. If we hit problems with snow before a planning committee in the winter, are we then not able to have a decision because a certain number of people can't go? So I wonder if we're actually just blocking ourselves a little bit from being able to do things by making this mandatory, when I don't think it's not been working so far. Are we just creating bigger problems than we need to?
Okay, thank you, Hannah. Holger.
I think it's important that we go on a site visit and it is mandatory, and that if you don't go, you don't participate. And I think that's because the site visit does inform your views on an application, and I think they can be important. And I think that those that are putting in their applications need to know that everybody is aware of all of the information when judging that application, and that those that haven't been on the site visit could be viewed to be unaware of particular information that's important, and it can change your mind. My view is if it's mandatory because the officers recommend it, I think it should be mandatory if a board member recommends it, and that board member is putting forward a proposal to the board with valid reasons, and in this case just recently voted on by a majority of the board. We should all go, and if you don't, then you shouldn't be able to participate.
Okay, thank you, Paul. Kenny.
Yeah, I think a lot of what's said is sensible. My issue is the kind of incongruity. Is it not the case that if somebody leaves the planning meeting during a discussion, that they can take no further part because they've missed a little bit of the meeting and it might have been important or might even just be nuance? But to not attend a site visit which is deemed to be important, with lots of important issues that can be gained from that situation, and then to have people voting on that, not having had that experience, it just seems we're out of step somewhere. You're either part of the decision making and you've read the papers and you've done the stuff, or you're not. And I think that's worth thinking about.
Okay, members, thank you. Fiona McLean.
Yeah, I have to say I was kind of ambivalent about this and wouldn't really have mattered which way it went. But given the discussion on the equalities issues, I agree with Hannah that standing orders are not set for current members. That they are there for to represent what we believe should be in place for any member. And I think equalities is really important when it comes into this. And I appreciate that we do everything we can to try to ensure that all members are able to attend and to see as well as they can. But I think there may be times where that isn't really possible. And I don't think we should ever preclude anybody from being able to attend a site visit if it's mandatory. It just doesn't seem right to me, given equalities. So I kind of think I'm now of the view that it should not be mandatory. It should be encouraged, but I don't think it should be mandatory.
Okay, thank you, Fiona. Eleanor.
Yeah, on the whether it's mandatory or not, I'm still undecided, and I think we might just actually have to cut to chase and go to a vote, because we could sit here and go around the houses all night. But I do think we should not have a two-tier system. If it's a site visit, no matter how we arrive at that decision, it should be the same. If you understand what I'm trying to say, we shouldn't have one compulsory and one type note. They should both be the same. Yeah, I can make a proposal. Yeah.
David Cameron.
Thanks, convener. I've just been listening to all of the comments, and they're all very valid. The one reflection I want to make in terms of the differentiation and approach between site visits, in terms of site visits that are called in advance of a determination, and I take on board Kenny's point. It's a very valid one in terms of the standing orders precluding participation if somebody leaves a bit of the determination of a meeting. The issue for me is that if we are looking at site visits that are called in advance, then officers and those responsible for the operation of the planning committee, the elected convener and vice convener, have got the opportunity to consider the site concerned, do all the risk assessment work that we talked about before, and do all the preparatory work and thinking that we've talked about before, to make sure that any site visit that is called is entirely capable of being attended by all members. And I take on board the comments that were made online as well, that standing orders and the way that we operate as an organisation has to be covering not just the current membership on staff group, but it has to be a provision for anyone that could be on the board or a member of staff. We have to consider the accessibility of site visits for our staff as much as we have to consider it for board members, because the site visit has to be appropriately supported. The difference in a member making a recommendation or a motion for a site visit that's approved at a meeting is that none of that's capable of happening. We've moved into a determination, papers have been presented, officers have begun their presentation, and there's been deemed to be the potential to determine an application. In my mind, a member may at that point feel that they wish to see a site, but we are precluded from making all of those risk assessments and potential assessments of the capacity to get on site that we would otherwise be able to if we had in advance. Now, that's an initial reflection that I've got on the differentiation between those two matters, and in my mind, a bit of validity for that differentiation. But I may have missed something. That I just feel it was important to draw that out.
Okay, thank you. We've got two more questions, one from Bill Loban and one from Paul, and then we'll move to bring this to some sort of conclusion. So, Bill Loban.
This is really just a point of information for members. In Highland, where attending of site visits is compulsory, we have a wheelchair-bound member who, over the last nearly 10 years, I've seen on innumerable site visits because we've made the effort to make sure that he can attend the site visit. And that, to me, that's what we should do here.
And the last question from Paul Gibb, or point rather.
Sorry, it was really to come back to David and very carefully disagree with you on that one point that you made. So I think if a motion is raised to have a site visit within a meeting, we're not rushing out the door to go and have a site visit. There is a careful process of planning. And so all of the due diligence around the safety can be taken into account exactly the same way. And I think on the point of debate hasn't started, because the point where you call the site visit is after the information has been provided. And perhaps through that discussion, the presentation of information, insufficient information has been provided to encourage someone to request a site visit to get more information. So in theory, none of us should have shown our hand on that particular application. And if it's got into debate, I think we've gone past the point where you can call for a site visit. We have to be very rigid about when you make that point.
Yeah, and just to be clear, on your point about the design, my point here is that I personally don't agree that the two are the same. I am raising to this committee what I believe to be a significant risk in the difference between those two means of calling a site visit. I personally can perceive that there will be a significant risk of a site visit being called that the appropriate arrangements cannot be made for full accessibility. I'm raising the risk to you. It's my view, and I appreciate where you're coming from. It's just a view that I can't agree with that. I can't agree with that process being as equal as a planning, as an opportunity to design a fully accessible site visit as the other means of calling a site visit.
So just on that point then, so would, I mean, I don't understand how that's possible, so I'm just trying to work it through. If it's not possible to visit for everybody and to follow equalities in that everybody has that opportunity, then perhaps there isn't an opportunity to have a site visit. So you don't have a site visit. You have to make another way through video and other photographs, and you explain we can't have a site visit. But it could be the case that in your presentation just there, that when officers are deciding, they might not be able to call a site visit because even though they think it's worth it, it's not possible to access. So I don't see the difference between the two. That's what I'm coming back to.
I suppose, and this might be kind of just in the semantics and the linguistics, but my view of it is, in the primary case, if a site visit has been considered in advance of a meeting and a site visit is being considered as necessary, the capacity to get everybody on that site will be a factor of whether a site visit is called. And if it's deemed to not be adequately accessible, then it will be agreed that the determination should go forward with as much photographic and video evidence as can be drawn up. My concern is that in once a consideration of an item has started, and a member at that point and at the appropriate point calls for a site visit, and it is agreed by the committee that there will be a site visit, that to my mind creates an established point of how that will be determined. And if we then come to find that we cannot have a site visit, that potentially, to my mind, gives us a problem, because there's been a decision that we can't determine a matter with a site without a site visit. And then what do we then do when we come back as an officer group to the committee and say we've looked at this and we can't design an inclusive site visit? That's the risk I'm trying to flag up to you. I don't know the answer, but that's the risk I'm trying to flag up to you.
Have we ever, in the 20-year history of the national park, ever wanted to go for a site visit and found that that was not possible to have a site visit? Okay, members, we'll try and draw this to it to a close. So, what I'm going to suggest is, I think that we need to bottom out whether we are looking at having a two-tier system, as in site visits, or site visits across the board. So I know that some members are against making any site visits mandatory at all, and I'm not. So, but I'm suggesting, I'm not saying that here you are voting for site visits. I'm saying that we're voting, do we have the two-tier system in the recommendations, or do we have site visits across the board? And then we would run that off against, I'm assuming somebody's going to put a proposal that we don't make them mandatory. Yeah. So is that okay? Is everyone okay with that? So, Alex, can I get you involved here? So.
No, I was just going to say, if it helps, I'll propose an amendment that we don't have a two-tier system. We have a site visit and they're all treated the same.
Okay, so we have the recommendations from the officers that we have a two-tier system, and we have Eleanor's amendment that they're all treated the same. If it is decided we have site visits, it will be across the board. They will all be mandatory. So does everyone understand that, and everyone happy with what we're doing at this point? Yes.
Just make sure there's a seconder on record, Chair, to the amendment.
Okay. Paul is going to second Eleanor's amendment. Thank you, David.
Okay.
No, I was just saying that the recommendations are in the report, so we don't. Do we need a seconder for that?
No, I think that's fine. That's what's been said.
So we're running the officers' recommendations off against Eleanor's amendment.
That's right. Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Sandy Bremner.
Amendment.
Jackie Brereton.
Amendment.
Peter Cosgrove.
Amendment.
Amendment.
James. Paul Gibb.
Amendment.
Hannah Grist.
Amendment.
Russell Jones.
Amendment.
John Kirk.
Amendment.
Bill Lobin.
Amendment.
Lauren McCallum.
Amendment.
Eleanor McIntosh.
Amendment.
Fiona McLean.
Amendment.
Duncan Miller.
Amendment.
Anne Ross.
No vote.
Derek Ross.
Amendment.
Michael Williamson.
Amendment.
Okay, members, thank you for that. So now the recommendation is for site visits to be mandatory, whether they are called by the convener and planning officers or whether they are proposed by a member at a meeting. So do we have an amendment to that?
Yes, I would like to propose that amendment, that site visits are mandatory, and if you don't participate, you're unable to participate further in the debate, in the meeting.
No, that's that. That's just to be clear, the officer's recommendation is that site visits are now mandatory, and they're mandatory across the board, whether the planning convener and the planning officers recommend a site visit or whether a member calls for a site visit during a meeting. So that's clear. So that's now the officer's recommendations.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't think it matters so much whether it's the officer's recommendation or not. I think it's simply establishing what the majority of members wish, rather than getting tied up in the procedure. I understand why you've said that, but I think it would be clearer just to have a vote on whether it's mandatory or not.
Yeah, convener, I would agree with Peter. I think we've dealt with the amendment that's now gone away from the. Off again. I think we've moved away from the officer's recommendation now, which is to have a split approach to this with compulsory site visits where they were in advance of a meeting and voluntary if they were called during a meeting. So we're now away from the officer's recommendation. I think you're naturally now, convener, left with a position of there's only one. If no matter how a site visit is called, we're now at the point of having to decide when a site visit is called, however it's called. Will it be a mandatory attendance or is it voluntary? So I think it's a straight vote now between whether members want site visits to be on a mandatory basis or a voluntary basis.
Okay, thank you for the clarification, David. Apologies, members. So we'll go back to Paul.
I would like to make an amendment that where a site visit is called, it is mandatory, and if that you are unable to take part, you can't, in the site visit, you can't take part further in the debate.
Do we have a seconder for Paul's motion?
Do we need that?
Kenny Deans.
Again, convener, sorry to complicate things. I don't think we need that amendment. We're at the point now of deciding if there is a site visit, no matter how it's called, we will rewrite the standing orders before they come to the board to make the site visit attendance mandatory, or it will be voluntary. It's a binary choice now that we are at, and so I'd suggest your vote is for members to indicate to us if they want all site visits to be mandatory or all site visits to be voluntary. And so that's the vote. We don't need. There's nothing to amend really because we've dismissed the recommendation. So the motion, well, or it depends how you want to call it. You could call it a motion. So that if people want to vote for a motion to make it compulsory, then yes, that would be fine. If somebody then wants to propose an amendment to make it voluntary, that would be a way of phrasing it.
My recommendation to avoid procedural hiccups, I would recommend a straight vote on whether site visits are mandatory or optional, and you use the terms mandatory and optional rather than motions and amendments.
Yeah.
All right, thank you both. So I think we've got there. Alex, I think we'll come back to you. So now we have a vote for all members as to whether site visits are mandatory or optional.
Sandy Bremner.
Very reluctantly, mandatory.
Jackie Brereton.
Mandatory.
Peter Cosgrove.
Mandatory.
Kenny Deans.
Mandatory.
Paul Gibb.
Mandatory.
Anna Grist.
Optional.
Russell Jones.
Mandatory.
John Kirk.
Mandatory.
Bill Lobbin.
Mandatory.
Lauren McCallum.
Mandatory.
Eleanor McIntosh,
Optional.
Fiona McLean,
Optional.
Duncan Miller,
Mandatory.
Anne Ross,
Optional.
Derek Ross,
Mandatory.
Michael Williamson.
Optional.
Okay, thank you, members. So the vote was 11-5 for mandatory site visits. So that's number 2. Apologies if there were any confusion during that. And move on to number 3, the written representations. Do members have anything that they wish to discuss around written representations? So in that case, we are happy to agree the recommendations around written representations. We've agreed the recommendations around format and location of meetings, and site visits are now mandatory. And are we happy to agree the rest of the recommendations in David's report? Okay, come to Paul.
I've got one more point. So it's the newly revised point 30, which was 31. So amendments which are not seconded will not be discussed or recorded in the minutes. And members who have moved a motion or an amendment and are in a minority of one then have to record their decision as dissent. And I just wonder, why is it just not easy enough just to record somebody's amendment, as happened today? My amendment was not seconded, because in that particular application, I quite liked a lot of it. It was one aspect of it that I didn't agree with, and I didn't want to put in my dissent. I don't particularly like the word dissent. It seems to dismiss absolutely everything about that application, but it doesn't offer you any chance to have any explanation, whereas recording just that there was an amendment, it was only one, and it was on this basis, is a record of what was accurately discussed. And I don't think it really sort of adds to the labour of the minute taking, with respect to the minute taker. And it captures fairly what was discussed at that meeting. So I would be interested to hear other people's thoughts on that.
I'll go to David for your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I mean, I think to clarify, I think what's proposed is that it is possible for a request to be made for that to be recorded in the minute, the dissent to be recorded in the minute. That's what you...
So I don't want to record my dissent because I don't like the word dissent, and I don't like the fact that there's no opportunity to explain why I was dissenting, and that in the application that we had earlier on today, there were aspects of it that were pretty good.
Sure.
So I just didn't want to say, look, I didn't really like that at all. I dissent to the whole thing.
Well, it's not. It won't be recorded as such unless a member asks for it to be recorded in that specific way. So I think it's there to provide for that scenario where a member wants that to happen, not to happen automatically. And I think the minute would probably pick up on the nuance of the discussion in any event. So I think it's there to give a specific provision for a member who proposed an amendment that wasn't seconded to specifically reference their dissent from that decision in the minute if they want to do that. But it doesn't follow automatically.
But I'd like the amendment to be specifically recorded, because I think that is important, and that it certainly shows to anybody who read the minutes at a later date that there was one view and there was a particular reason for his or was dissent. It was captured as putting forward an amendment, and a vote was not possible to be held.
Could I bring in David Cameron here, please?
Yes, thank you. So the point here, I think, Paul, is that it refers back to paragraph 26, and paragraph 26 is defining what is a valid amendment. So, and a valid amendment, as set out in standing orders, is a proposed amendment that gains a seconder. I think, again, it's nuances of language. That there's nothing to stop, rather than a note of dissent, there's nothing to stop a member saying that they would like their appreciation of, or their proposal, or their wish to see a particular thing specifically recorded in a minute. But I think in terms of being able to appropriately track the proceedings of the committee, and particularly when it comes down to what has been considered as a potentially quasi-judicial amendment in that kind of a process, it's important that we distinguish between those things that are brought forward that have got support of more than one member. And that's why we define separately what is a valid amendment from what are made as statements of wish, desire or intent by individuals. There's nothing to stop those statements of wish, desire or intent by members to be recorded as such in the minute. But I think it's important that we keep a clear distinction and differentiation between those and things that are then moved properly under the standing orders as formal amendments.
Yeah, just to explore that further. My amendment that I put forward today, I thought was valid in the sense that it was backed by a policy. It was just unsupported in that people disagreed with me. But my interpretation of policy was that it would invade or limit the person's immunity. It wasn't a general sort of statement.
No, I appreciate that, and it's not in any way a suggestion that any proposal is not valid in terms of planning. What we're trying to get out of the standing orders here is that I'm quite sure that the proposal that you made was valid in terms of planning legislation. But as it didn't, and I wasn't there, but as it didn't secure a seconder, it's important that we don't record that in our records of the debate as an amendment, because it didn't gain a seconder, and therefore it doesn't have that same status. But your comment is a comment that's recorded as a valid planning-oriented comment. I think there's an important legal distinction when these things, given that planning decisions are in a quasi-judicial environment and look to be scrutinised and challenged potentially, I think it's quite important that we keep a differentiation of proposals that are made and then seconded and become formal amendments from those that are proposed but don't gain that seconder, and those remain entirely valid suggestions and comments, but they're not classified in the same way, so that there's no confusion created in that legal environment.
So just briefly, I just don't think there would be any confusion. I think you just say that there was an unsupported amendment that didn't secure the votes. It therefore wasn't an amendment. You use language. Could I not then just say, as way of dissent, I'd like to record my dissent as having raised an amendment, but it was unsupported? Would you write that down underneath my dissenting comment?
Gavin. I think we're maybe tying ourselves in knots here. We do at times in the minute note that a member expressed interest in a motion to do this, and then nothing happens. Either there was no support, or it simply vanishes because there was silence when it moved on, and we don't record the fact there wasn't a seconder, but there is no amendment there. So the minute of the meeting records the substantive points of the meeting, but David's point is there is no amendment until there's a seconder. If there is a motion for something, it may be somebody simply looking for a change.
Okay, thanks, Gav. Bill Loban.
Wait, with what Paul is actually talking about, it would be a relatively simple procedure to say that there was a proposal and detail what the proposal was, but having failed to obtain a seconder, there was no amendment.
Are we happy to accept that? you happy to accept
I'm
that?
very happy to accept that. Thank you. Thank you, Bill.
Thank you, our Alvey member. Okay, so we have now accepted the recommendations and the amendments and finished the standing orders. Thank you for your contribution, Mr. Cameron. Okay, moving on. Item 14, AOCB. I'll pass over to David Berry.
Thank you, Russell. There was just a couple of updates that I wanted to formally record, I guess, under AOCB. I think members will be aware of much of this already, but it's just really for the purposes of the minute, but also for information as well. Just to mention that the House of Brewer application that we considered at committee back on the 13th of June, that reference was 2023/0406 DET, the proposal for the warehouse at the House of Brewer. Just to confirm that we did refer that to Scottish ministers after that committee, given the outstanding objection from SEPA. Scottish ministers subsequently notified us that they did not intend to call that application in. That gave us clearance to then issue that permission ourselves, and we have done that now. So that permission has been formally issued in line with the committee's decision on that. So that was the first one that I just wanted to mention. As I say, I think most members will be well aware of that, but it's just for the purposes of recording on the minute. Happy to take any questions. Pause there if that helps.
Any questions for David, members? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Second one, quite closely related to that, just another update on an application which was called in by Scottish ministers. So this was the application for the Laurel Bank site in Aviemore, and a proposal for 22 self-catering apartments, shops, a hotel and underground parking. Planning reference on that one was 2023/07/DET. Again, members will remember that was referred to ministers back in 2023 following a committee resolution to grant planning permission for that development, where there was also an outstanding objection from SEPA. Now, ministers did call that application in for determination themselves, and on the 1st of August, we received the decision on that application informing us that they intend to grant planning permission for that development, subject to the applicant entering into a legal agreement to secure contribution towards active travel measures within the proximity of the development. So just to update members, we are currently liaising with the applicant on that development to seek to reach an agreement on a fair and reasonable contribution towards active travel measures, subject to being able to then reach that agreement that would enable Scottish ministers to issue the planning permission in that case. And I will keep members updated on progress with that.
Okay, thank you, David. That brings to the end the public part of our planning committee meeting today. For any members of the public, the date of our next meeting will be 14th of November 2025, and I now move that we move to confidential session. Thank you. Can we turn off the live stream? Are we agreed to move to confidential session? Yeah.